Oui,
souris.
oui, c'était vraiment quelques
Ouais,
lettres,
ouais.
hein, c'est même pas. Et donc, ça c'est parce que j'ai dit next, next, et vous changez.
Non, pas du tout, vous aurez ces petites.
Ah, ok. Et ça va marcher, on verra avec les autres.
Ça va.
Ok, merci. This is fantastic.
Wait until I start speaking. Apparently I have to, I don't know who, I have
Ja.
to ask for any of you for
Ja, een microfoon. Ja. Ja, ja, ja. Ik spreek een beetje
Moet ik met
Nederlands.
een microfoon of moet ik met oortjes of wat moet ik doen?
Wat wilt u? Een handmicro?
Het is gelijk,
Ja.
voor jullie het gemakkelijkst is. Ja, is
Een
goed.
handmicro. Zeker. Hoeft niets te doen. Als,
Aan uit. Dus erin beginnen spreken.
ja, en ik ben de moderator.
Ja, ja, voor heel veel. Dank je. I'll need it. Oké.
Ja, we zijn klaar.
Probably how it works as well.
Should I use it?
I can ask you a question, I think. How do I pronunciate the name of your director? Ila, Ila or Ile Mononen?
Lena?
Lena, yeah, Mononen is easy, but Mononen. I tried to hear how I have heard it before. Ila Mononen. She would not be upset if you said it.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
if I
you
can
will,
be
of
as
course.
close as. And you say just Miss in English, that's always good, huh? Or should I say Mrs.?
She's married. so
I know,
think
but
Okay.
is it
You
better
would say
to?
Miss. I would say Miss.
And then Salah, I don't know if Salah is married. Yeah.
But yeah, you say something like Miss. Miss.
Ila Mononen. And then
I'll
you
stick with Mrs. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Not coming out. Are there? Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all of you, and a warm welcome gathered here in Antwerp for the very first edition of the CLMS General Assembly. And an extended greeting to all our online participants joining us from, and I have a list here, Ireland, Denmark, Germany, Greece, Spain, Portugal, and then still a number of other countries. And thanks for all participants from other countries being present here for bringing the sun to Belgium because we desperately needed it. So summer has finally started, which is good. As you may know, it is not the first time that the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service is organizing an event for its community, but it is the continuation of a process that started by first merging the EEA and JRC land user events. And now this resulted in one big event, reaching out to experts, users, and policymakers, and even combined with the National Collaboration Program and a session for international users. Myself, I am Tim Lemmens. I work as a policy officer at the Earth Observation Unit in DG DEFIS, European Commission. And this is the unit managing the Copernicus component of the EU space program. So it's no longer Copernicus program, although we can use it in short form. And I am particularly responsible for the land and in situ components, which is why I'm standing here and welcoming all of you. I have the honor to stand in front of you and guide you even to the rest of this whole event. But I want to stress that the organization of this event is not my merit. As it was already the case for the previous land user events, this year is also co-organized by the European Environment Agency and the Joint Research Center, who are both responsible for implementing the CLMS services which we address today. In particular, EEA, who is focusing more on the pan-European products, and JRC is more globally oriented. However, as you will see in this event as well, this is becoming more and more relative as the cooperation is getting more integrated. Before jumping into kicking off our event, I do have a few housekeeping rules which I had to tell you. To ensure a smooth experience for all of us, please switch off your mobile phones, or at least the sound of it. If you want to ask a question, raise your hand, and then we will give you the microphone. This event is also being recorded and is live streamed on YouTube. And finally, I had to tell you where the bathrooms are, but I even don't know myself. So airplane-like this direction. So, what do we plan for the rest of this afternoon for you? It is a whole agenda, which I will tell you in a nutshell. It starts with a welcome speech. Then we will have a panel discussion on the potential contributions of different policies to the planetary crisis. After that, we will present the status of the land service, some updates and coming milestones. And then, just before the coffee break, we still have selected experts who will take the stage and pitch the posters they will be presenting. Then at 4, we will have the coffee break, and half an hour later, we will be back here for a session on the strategic research agenda and the Horizon Europe projects, both related to the CLMS evolution. And then as last session of the day, we have a presentation from Belgian research projects just before closing the day with a networking event where you're all invited at 6 p.m. So, without further ado, I would like to give the floor now to Leena Ila Mononen, Executive Director of the EEA, and Sala Sastamoinen, Deputy Director General of DG JRC, who will give their welcome speech. I heard that they are both online, so I will pass the floor. Please.
Thank you, and good afternoon from Denmark. Salla, we haven't coordinated. Do I start? I understood that you would start, but I'm happy to go first. if it's okay to you. So, indeed, regards from Copenhagen, and I'm really pleased to welcome you to this first General Assembly of the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service, and to be sharing the virtual stage together with our close partner in this work, Deputy Director General of the Joint Research Centre, Salla Saastamoinen. In 2024, we are now at the critical moment in our fight against the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. We are approaching quickly the midpoint of this crucial decade, in which the decisions and actions taken or not taken will have a huge influence on the state of environment and our planet for generations to come. In this fight for the future, technology, especially technology in the service of knowledge, can and must be a #1 ally for us. We need a comprehensive understanding of humankind's impacts on our environment. And perhaps more importantly, we need to be able to communicate this understanding to all our constituents, from those who are shaping policy at all levels of governance, through to the citizens who can drive change through their voting decisions and their life choices. Earth observation offers new and evolving ways to study our environment. And the Copernicus program provides a wealth of opportunities to increase our knowledge and to present it in a very powerful and engaging ways. Copernicus is the world's largest and most ambitious Earth observation program, and the European Environment Agency's involvement with Copernicus is a core part of our work. We integrate products from the land monitoring services into our EEA workflows, and we cooperate with all the different Copernicus services, not just those directly related to the environment. Our commitment to Copernicus cannot be overstated. And today we have 3 main roles. We are a key user of Copernicus data and information products, integrating data from the different Copernicus services. We are also a trusted entity responsible for implementing the Copernicus Land Monitoring service, in particular the pan-European and local components, which are vital for developing environmental policy. And third, we are mandated to coordinate the Copernicus in situ components, leveraging the IUNET network across our member states. And this includes maintaining a comprehensive overview, improving stakeholders' knowledge and understanding, and facilitating access to critical in situ data for the different Copernicus services. The European Environment Agency stands at the interface between science and policy, and we are valued because we provide a baseline of trusted knowledge, a common reality, one can say, which policymakers can draw on to make their arguments and define their positions. The Copernicus Land Monitoring Service plays an important role here as a tool to complement information from national authorities while providing valuable information for decision making. As such, it has been also instrumental in shaping the European Green Deal, especially in policies relating to climate, biodiversity, and ecosystems, agriculture, and the urban environment. Now, as we are approaching on the upcoming agreement on the multi-annual financial framework, we remain committed to our future role with Copernicus. Our collaboration with the Joint Research Centre of the European Commission is vital in this context. And over recent years, we have developed much closer interaction between our entities. We are now in the process of reinforcing this collaboration, which allows us not only to steer and coordinate current implementation, but also to focus and prepare for our joint work in future. Today's CLMS General Assembly is the first, but I'm sure it is certainly not will be the last. And for this first edition, we will be focusing on something that is fundamental to the success of the service: user uptake. So, how do we increase user uptake in the best way? Firstly, by addressing the specific needs of policymakers for the current and future CLMS. Second, by considering how CLMS could benefit from future research activities and stay technologically up to date, while in continuity and consistency. And thirdly, by examining how to develop collaboration with private companies. This will be essential if we are to effectively confront current and future implementation challenges. Regardless of the outcome of the upcoming European elections, the Green Deal has set the direction of travel, and environmental considerations will continue to be at the core of policy development. And Copernicus will be key in this journey, not only by providing valuable data and information, but also by contributing to an independent Europe with its own Earth observation capabilities. So from my part, welcome again to this first General Assembly. I hope you can take this time to really, and over the next 2 days, to examine these questions, to look for new and positive ways to collaborate better, and to build the land community further as we move forward together. So thank you very much from my side, and I wish you a very productive General Assembly.
Thanks a lot for your kind words. I see that we have Ms. Sastamoinen just on time online as well. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you, Lena, for handing the baton over to me in joining you in opening this first Copernicus Land Monitoring Service General Assembly. We are indeed working in a very good cooperation, and from the side of the Joint Research Centre, I'm very pleased with and supportive of the scope of this first assembly. The JRC's mission is to support the EU policies with an independent scientific evidence throughout the whole policy cycle, from the development to its implementation and monitoring. This role has been accompanied and guided by the space data already since 1973, so close to 50 years or over 50 years. We then started using the imaginary from the Landsat-1. We made inventories of agricultural crops and forests as the first issues. But since then, the remote sensing has been part of every JRC program, and I'm sure it will be that part also in the future. But looking at today, the remote sensing is applied at the JRC in the fields such as the climate, energy, sustainable resources, and safety and security. It enhances our capacity to manage the many challenges we face in managing our limited land resources. JRC space-related work is focused on expanding applications and remote sensing fundamentals to inform policies, and on advancing the EU space policy and programs, notably through the European Union's Copernicus program. The Copernicus program plays a crucial role in supporting the wide range of EU policies. We have had the priorities of the EU Green Deal, the digital agenda, and stronger Europe in the world. And there we have been able to provide to operational, accurate, reliable, free and open Earth observation data, so that informed decisions and policy choices can be taken. It's widely acknowledged that it has a tremendous potential to address critical policy areas and better to connect them. We see now a fundamental shift on how Earth observation may transform the EU policymaking. We use Earth observation capacity or the use Earth observation capacity has reached a level of maturity that it should become an integral toolset for policy anticipation, for policy definition, implementation and monitoring. So what is emerging is the holistic and integrated vision and approach, and the strong potential for integrating Earth observation information across different domains and with other datasets. Copernicus Land Monitoring Service reflects these developments. Through a comprehensive range of biogeophysical products and land cover maps, the Land Service provides accurate and timely information on the dynamics of our landscapes. This data that supports, together with the statistics, the monitoring process versus the EU commitments, and supports well-informed positions also during international negotiations, such as we had on the Paris Agreement or the Sustainable Development Goals, and also recently in the Global Framework of Biodiversity. As an example, we have an obligation under those Sustainable Development Goals to report on our efforts to achieve land degradation neutrality. And there, the Copernicus Global Land provides information on the productivity of the vegetation, and which is an important indicator to assess the status of our lands. Currently, we are advising on the evapotranspiration product that will support yet another SDG goal, namely to assess the change in water use efficiently over the time. And as we know, water has becoming a very clear priority area in the policies. With the information provided through the Sentinel satellites and transformed then by the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service into products, we have the potential to provide further evidence for European and international policy frameworks on the variety of topics such as global surface water dynamics, efforts to combat desertification, and building historical awareness of the land cover, such as deforestation and degradation. So I'm confident that this will be discussed also over these 3 days, starting from the policy panel this afternoon with participants from the DG Environment, for DG Internal Partnerships, UNCGD and UNESCO. As regards to collaboration, some words. This service would not be there without the collaboration and cooperation. So today, the Land Service provides a really dynamic monitoring of our changing terrestrial environment, and this success is built on the strong cooperation. So where I would like to thank indeed the European Environment Agency. This is partnership that's evolving to reflect technological and policy changes, and the technological evolution should also enable uniformly high resolution for global and European products. Increasing interconnection between policies necessitates a more coordinated approach and these consistent products across the borders. That's why we have started working towards a harmonized Copernicus Land Service products that would leverage from JRC's research capabilities and then from the agency's operational expertise. And from the Commission side, naturally, we need a close cooperation with the DG Defence and Space. So all that work is taken forward as together from our group of 3 of us. And indeed, as also Lena mentioned, we are preparing already on the ground for the optimized service in the new multi-annual finance framework for 2027. And naturally, the proposals will come from the Commission already earlier, so probably next year. So our cooperation is very, very topical right now. And I would like to thank indeed our partners for this collaboration. In the EU, we can be proud to have the Copernicus as a world-class Earth observation program that has continuously evolved and will be evolving to address the environmental challenges. It has taken a long time to have this type of the top-notch EU research and technology. And in order to further catalyze the evolution of the system, it's important now to leverage on the technological opportunities that were not yet available in the past. With this one, I need such issues like the availability of the higher resolution data, new tools such as the AI, artificial intelligence, and the more federated data structures and data that enable then the data analytics. To take that, all the developments into account to look or how it influences, we have published the first strategic research and innovation agenda for Earth observation. With this, we aim to capture the emerging needs and offer the long-term perspective for the Copernicus research and innovation. The agenda indicates possible research trajectories also for the land service, including leveraging such latest science and technology knowledge as moving towards modeling and predictions at various timescales, as well as integrated sectoral products such as the water management, biodiversity, land use trade-off. So today, in the program and the agenda of this assembly, my JRC colleagues will present the strategic research and innovation agenda, followed by the presentations from the Belgian Research on Earth Observation. So I invite you all to attend these sessions, connect indeed with the research community. These were just examples of the very rich program that the Assembly has, where it shows how the Earth observation is a catalyst for progress in the face of the numerous challenges. Catalyst for progress and a strong help for finding solutions. With this, I thank the organizers and wish you a successful assembly.
Thanks a lot for your inspiring words, both of you, Ms. Ila Mononen and Ms. Sastomoinen. And we will certainly attend the sessions on research, which will take place later today and tomorrow. And also, certainly, it will not be the last General Assembly, at least if you ask me. Now, we do have indeed another colleague from JRC here present, Mr. Ivan Kulis, who is head of the unit of nature conservation and observation. This is the unit managing the global component of CLMS, as well as the KCO. So I can only add that Ivan is the perfectly placed to host this panel focused on policy. Ivan.
Thank you very much. I'll steal your mic. I understand we are getting also some chairs. Yes, indeed, this all comes up. As they are putting the arrangements here, I can introduce and invite our panelists to come and join me. First one is Robert Conrad. He's advisor to the director from DG Environment. Robert, be careful and welcome. Then we have Byron Orr, chief scientist from United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification. Byron, very good to have you with us as well. And we have Miguel Rocha, who is Policy Coordinator, Earth Observation, Science, Technology, Innovation and Digitalization at DG International Partnerships. Thank you.
Hi. Perfect. Hi. Yeah.
And they're getting
Well,
some
which
water
one
as well.
Free seating. The gender balance is awful.
And you're all equipped with mics. Very good. So let us start. Lena already mentioned the triple crisis. We live in a polycrisis world, and in terms of environment, we face a triple crisis, which is intersection between biodiversity loss, the pollution, and climate change. And this is not threatening only the ecosystems, it's also threatening the societal well-being, and it's also threatening the stability of the economy. So in order to address these challenges, information such as provided by Copernicus and Earth observation in general, which is timely, which is accurate, and which is comprehensive, allows really a very strong basis to inform policy decisions, to monitor progress and implementation, and also to assess the effectiveness of different interventions. Therefore, Earth observation really is in a place to play a vital role in support of policies. And this is exactly what also Sala was mentioning. We are at the stage where Earth observation is really a mature for being a full policy toolbox. So that's on the side of Earth observation. On the side of policies and policy framework, we have on the European side, obviously, the European Green Deal, which aims to transform EU into modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy with no net emissions by 2050. And this obviously includes fostering biodiversity, eliminating pollution, and moving more towards circularity in the economy. On the global side, we have Sustainable Development Goals, United Nations Agenda 2030, which drives the whole global community towards sustainable future. So the conversation we will start to have here, and that we are obviously having, and you are obviously having very much as we think how to move forward with global land, with land service, is the alignment. We have the capabilities of land service, the capabilities of Earth observation. So how do they intersect, and how can they really support the policy side? Okay? So this is all about synergies and harnessing fully the potential of Earth observation. And I would like to start by asking Baron, who is just also because you're closest here. So obviously UNCCD, UN Agenda 2030, you are the custodian agency for SDG 15.3.1. Can you tell us a little bit about the progress towards the target and explain the monitoring process behind?
Certainly, and thank you very much, Yvonne, and everybody else for the opportunity to be here and to talk with you. I think that the most important word for progress is not enough. See, the power of Earth observation has actually put the convention, and therefore all the countries in the world trying to address land degradation, in the position to actually see where they are, where they've been, and where they're going. And in the context of land degradation, we pursue now a no net loss approach. So we look at where we were at the beginning of the SDGs, which is basically 2015, and we see if we can actually, in net terms, in each land type, do no further harm and maybe move into a net positive trajectory. Anytime you embrace such an approach, you end up with a period of time where you're getting worse, and we're at that inflection point. But the steepness of that is pretty severe. We're talking about 100 million hectares per year the last 4 years of degradation based on the simple in concept anyway, monitoring approach of 3 essential variables: a transformational variable, land cover change; a fast ecological variable, which is land productivity dynamics; and then the holy grail, the variable that is the slow ecological variable, which is soil organic carbon. If we take those together as our indication of where we are, we're not doing enough to reach the goal of neutrality by 2030 and a net positive trajectory. So the Conference of the Parties for our convention in December will be entirely focused on that and a call to action to really accelerate. And this is across all the conventions, because all of them in some way depend on healthy land to actually achieve those goals. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Robert, I would like to ask you, if we look indeed at the referencing and the presence of Earth observation in Copernicus in environmental regulations, we see an increase, we see an uptick. There is reference in forest monitoring, nature restoration, deforestation regulation. Yeah? If we want to move forward with this policy uptake, what do you see as bottlenecks, and how can we move more, let's say, firmly on this?
Well, thank you very much, Ivan, and thank you for the invitation for the conference. I mean, I have had an opportunity to work with Copernicus in DG Environment a few years ago, so I'm very glad to be able to see some of the old friends, not old faces, around. I would say I would start with a relatively, let's say, wide context, because when I started to work myself personally with Copernicus, I had this naive idea, which you get from movies, where you have a satellite that is able to zoom in, and there are some bad guys doing some bad things, and you can see it, and in some movies even you can hit them with a rocket or whatever. So one would think that, you know, this naive idea of the Earth observation would apply also to the environment, not just to the organized crime, but it's really not that. And there is the huge complexity of the data management and data sharing, data access in the EU between public authorities and private actors. There is, of course, the whole issue of sharing the data in situ, which are of course critical for any validation or production of any application of Copernicus. With the member states, you also have the different regimes. So if you basically process Copernicus data for the application that is there for, let's say, policy monitoring or policy assessment, it's a completely different cup of cake than when you process the Copernicus data for the application that would be, for example, related to the infringement procedure, where you want to show that the member state didn't fulfill its legal obligation, and therefore the burden of proof is on you. So there is, a very complex landscape, and I think, for us, the Earth observation as one of the critical and now even the cheapest from our perspective as the end user source of information has like two kind of main functions. In the environment, we basically, whether we like it or not, have a huge implementation gap. What I wanted to say with that is a trivial truth that, on most of the environmental indicators, we are going down with few exceptions. And another thing which, of course, is growing is the funding gap. So we know as the situation gets worse, it's going to cost more. However, it's not kind of still reflected in, let's say, especially the market-based mechanisms. So in this respect, basically, and also thanks to the engagement and enthusiasm of the Copernicus community, which you represent here, we started to systematically include the use of Copernicus in all the legislation, or in the most kind of a major part of the legislation under the Green Deal over there, but even before. So basically, Copernicus is referenced in biodiversity strategy, in the nature restoration law, in upcoming initiatives on the soil, on the forests, in the deforestation, of course, regulation that has been already adopted, and of course in the LULUCF regarding the carbon. So one thing for us would be really to kind of work as the end users, as the final clients of Copernicus, to make out of the data you are providing the applications that would kind of help us to see what is on the ground and how does it relate to the legislative and other obligations. So what the compliance/implementation thing. And, we basically do as my colleague who is also here with us has written me in his briefing, last miles applications. So really something that is very, very concrete. So, for example, we are very happy about the application that has been produced to develop and monitor grassland and the degradation Natura 2000, and of course we have much more of these. And this is exactly what we need. So, in a way, we are really looking for the end products. So, and then another thing where I think the Copernicus will play a critical role is the money. And I said it provocatively, but we are now with the climate agenda and the LULUCF going to have the carbon removal certification framework. That is, of course, the theme that should be more for my colleagues from DG Climate, but we are also chipping in with the biodiversity element and component of that, where also we would like to have a similar, let's say, the scheme or certification for the biodiversity. So it's critical for us that Copernicus is kind of also providing the same, or let's say, the end users applications are tailored for these two purposes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Robert. Okay, let's have a question also from Miguel. So Copernicus, obviously in INPA, Earth observation is very present in terms of digitalization, in terms of long-standing projects such as GMS in Africa, CLMS, you have the space flagship. If you make an overall reflection on Copernicus services and relationship with DG INPA, what can be done more to strengthen the relationship in terms of capacity building, in terms of overall synergies?
Okay, thank you very much, Ivan. Thank you for being here. As you can see, I did not bring my notes because you told me that we were going on YouTube, so I decided to leave them with my chair. Indeed, you've mentioned a few programs that we have in Antwerp, namely JMS in Africa and the rest, Biopama, CLMS, and so on. Earth observation has proven to be one of those tools whereby our partner countries come to us in searching for a way to develop their policies. So without information, there is no ability to do any policy making, particularly the challenges in the global south, which affect namely the land services, things like how do we change agriculture, how do we face droughts, and so forth. So this is the first challenge that it tackles, Copernicus, and maybe not everyone is aware of how acute the information gap is between Europe and the partner countries. So the inability to design any sort of policies that address the needs of the citizens in the different countries is an acute problem. And why Copernicus? Because it's not just a matter of having access to the information, it's also having information that you trust. And the element of trust is one of the most valuable, if not in our field of work, the most valuable component of Copernicus. So this enables us to strengthen the political dialogue that we have with the partner countries. Now, I'm not saying you should do Earth observation or you should promote the Copernicus program just to have a political dialogue, even though this would be an excellent reason to do Earth observation and talk about Copernicus. What we're trying to do is to actively encourage and promote through capacity building the leapfrogging of these countries into the new information and society world. And this is the levers we're trying to act. As you know, Earth observation is relatively new as a policy mandate in Antwerp. And we definitely want to encourage this and bring a more holistic approach, a more coherent approach, a more global approach in the global south, in our partner countries with the use of Copernicus.
Thank you very much. So Baron, I'd like to move back to you. There was the point of trust. There's several points emerged in terms of value of Earth observation and Copernicus. If you are thinking about Earth observation overall and how it can support the UNCCD work, how do you see the role? What is the input that Earth observation can provide, and what are the current capabilities and future expectations also from you in terms of expectations from land service?
Well, I'll talk a little bit about the past and then zoom in on now and the future. So I think it's important to recognize that land degradation neutrality and the target, the SDG target 15.3, there were no indicators. So it's not the same as you have probably heard for many of the other SDGs where data were being collected for decades. There was nothing being collected with respect to land degradation. And yet, because this community coalesced around the problem, we were able, not we, the UNCCD, but the community itself, to take something that was not even in the tiers of the SDG process all the way to a tier 1 status in a very short period of time, and to then actually put countries in the position to report. So for the first time ever, countries debated last November the results. Before that, it was the how. Now they were looking at the trends themselves and where to go. That's the power of Earth observations. But it also points out the challenge. I mean, in the SDGs, who manages that process? National statistics offices. What is their experience with spatial data? Up until then, very, very limited. Very different worlds coming together in this regard. But that challenge has been met, and I think that's the opening for where we can go. And that brings us back to now. You probably are aware that Sustainable Development Goal 15, Life on Land, is the least invested in SDG by far out of all 17 goals. Why? Data. And data to information to action. Return on investment for land. In other words, what is the potential to optimize where we have biodiversity, where we have climate change mitigation plantations, where we grow food, is entirely dependent on understanding the land potential in all of those locations, which is a myriad of variables. It's also the status, the degradation status, another myriad of variables. If you're getting down to the local level, I'm not talking about being indicative at the national to global level, which is what we do with the SDG. That's just putting 3 fingers in the air, lick them, and determine how we're doing. But the actual activity is the decision at the project level. And we are notoriously poor. It's a huge investment, project by project. The community needs to coalesce around this. And I'll finish with this. The collaboration is key because it means that you've all heard of analysis-ready data. Why did we stop at analysis-ready data? Why are we only worried about radiometric correction and atmospheric correction, et cetera? Why are we not looking at all aspects of all of our variables to get the minimum data quality standards harmonized so all the data providers are moving in a common direction and then add value on top of that? That requires the community together. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And this is a very powerful message because this is a first gathering of the community, first General Assembly. So very good to hear this message. Also, Robert, back to you in terms of integrating Copernicus land. You know, what's the connection? What are the synergies? I know that in some cases you have your own applications within DG Environment. Obviously, the Copernicus Land Service provides some core product support like NDVI. Okay? But how do you see going forward? Should Copernicus be developing applications for ENV applications in particular, or is there some sort of more, let's say, connection between different worlds?
Well, absolutely, Ivan. I think you hit actually let's say, the more painful point of the business here, that in a way we are developing, we need the end users applications, really for specific policy or compliance purposes. These are the applications that are extremely tailored to a specific use case, to put it generally. And these have been developed in various ways, either directly by DG Environment or as a part of a research program, or as a part of the cooperation with Copernicus services and so on and so forth. So, for example, now we have an application that we value much, which is called the Grassland Watch, Copernicus for Natura 2000 application. Now, however, the application again is something that is funded by the European Parliament. So it's an ad hoc project. Upon the request, European Parliament realizes that we have this huge amount of free data from Copernicus that can be used to actually bridge the implementation gap, and therefore kind of a call for this project. Now, however, like with other projects, the funding will at one point stop. And then the whole question is, what will happen afterwards? Once you invest a lot in building an application, once you basically engage with the stakeholders, you try to kind of phase it in your policy cycles, you try to phase it in your compliance cycles, then of course the continuity is critical. So in a way, I think we would be, of course, very much in favor that those applications that are critical for us would become a core part of the Copernicus service, because we cannot guarantee from DG Environment that they could be maintained in this ad hoc way.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's the point on continuity of service indeed, which is quite critical here. Miguel, so thinking again about the portfolio of land service, right? So we talked about global. You mentioned your partner countries. If you think global versus national data, global versus national products, what's your cut on that?
I'm going to give you a bureaucratic response. It very much depends on the case-by-case basis. Now, honestly, the global south is so wide, and there are so many asymmetries that you really need to look at case-by-case basis. what we need to do is avoid the fragmentation and not have a coherent view, because that makes the whole process ineffective. We need to have a common vision, and for that we need to have a forum such as this one that defines that common vision. So where we're going and what are the feedback that we get from the partner countries, what are their requirements, and how we can incorporate that. So that's a global approach. Also globally, one needs to think, if you want to maximize the use of data, what kind of infrastructure investments we're going to make. So without connectivity, without the ability to process the data globally, we're not going to go anywhere. So you need to be identified. But then once you've moved from that tier of infrastructure into what the types of services and applications you want to have, yes, indeed, some are regional, typically deforestation of the Amazon, for instance, or other rainforests, but then goes into national requirements. Agriculture is a typical example. So in all of that, the criteria that we use, because it's all nice and dandy to put this out in abstract terms. What we work with are criteria on transferability and on scalability of the projects that we have. And it's very, very important to have the feedback from the global land, from the land service, from the GRC, but also from the wider community at large, such as this community and the community of users in our partner countries.
Okay, thank you very much. So now, coming back to Baron, the last round of questions. You mentioned projects. You mentioned how difficult it is to integrate things on the project level. So let's make this concrete. Can you give me an example on how Earth observation data has directly influenced policy decisions or on-the-ground interventions to combat desertification?
Well, I've already given you the big one, which is the entire world moving towards addressing land degradation as a result of Earth observation data. But I've also indicated that that's useful at the national to global level, but moving to national to local is an entirely different story and requires far more investment, and that means both internally in these countries, but also from the larger Earth observation community. So the example I will give you is the Great Green Wall, which is an easy one because you've been hearing about it in the news. If you haven't seen the documentary with the same name, I highly recommend that you take a look. It's amazing what actually is happening in that region. But from the perspective of monitoring, it was something that was a political idea that took off in the 70s, tied towards planting trees, but had no real foundation from the sense of monitoring. So it was very disparate in the approaches that were taken by the individual countries. And they approached the convention and said, how do we change that? Can we leverage what's going on at the global level with land degradation neutrality to try and come up with a more appropriate approach within our countries? And so when the big investment that was announced at the Earth Summit a few years ago of something like 19 billion of investment in the Sahel, they had a little tiny piece of that called an accelerator, and they brought a few people together inside our secretariat specifically to address this goal. How do we take something that's been entirely disparate and basically not monitored and turn it into something that politically all of these countries will agree with and they'll move forward with? And they put this accelerator together and went down this path. So they used the foundation of the 3 simple indicators at the global level, but then they dug much deeper and they linked what the objectives were for the Great Green Wall in a far more strategic approach to restoration, something that had both a horizontal component, right, the classic biophysical projects that you think about, but also a vertical integration, value chains. How do we ensure that rangeland restoration over here is somehow connected to cash crop and sustainable land management over here so that we end up with a vital system overall? That's a whole different approach to addressing land degradation and also achieving the multiple benefits that we need on the ground. And the result is a much higher demand for Earth observation data, for far more indicators than the 3 that I talked about before. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Very, very powerful example. So let's continue unlocking this innovative use of Earth observation. Robert, if I go to you, there is a lot of discussion currently in the Commission and in EU on reporting burden. So how do you see the role of Earth observation and Copernicus Land Monitoring Service in reducing the reporting burden and also maybe linking with the compliance dimension?
Well, I think I already alluded to it. Perhaps one thing to keep in mind is there is a difference between, let's say, if you have like a global phenomenon like the emission of the GHG gases, and if you have a very local phenomenon like, for example, the damage to the particular habitat or wildfire or, let's say, oil spill in the water. So I think of course, the advantage of Copernicus over, let's say, the classical approach of in situ data gathering and monitoring is that it's much cheaper. And that should be, let's say, the economic argument for going, let's say, the full speed forward. However, I always keep in mind that when it really comes to perhaps not so much policy monitoring, but let's say ensuring policy compliance, although there is a very thin line between these two type of information, then of course you need to also factor in, let's say, the political considerations, administrative considerations, the whole business about the data sharing and so on and so forth. So actually, you know, my personal belief is that we have now a huge opportunity because we got the Copernicus data which are there and which are being produced independently of us. But indeed, I mean, we will now need to focus on these end user applications, and which is particularly now acute for DG Environment that is doing very localized type of business, so to say. And but I believe, you know, that we are now on the good track, and of course, JRC is part of the exercise, and I should have mentioned you in my previous intervention. So I really think that if we now also regarding the policy and funding priorities would make sure that the Copernicus is not only about the spatial infrastructure and satellites, but that we have also enough money for basically doing these end user applications, including for DG Environment, as well as many other clients, I think we will be also then politically much more successful than now.
Okay, thank you very much. So Miguel, last question for you. It really is about zooming in specific cases. You know, we have a case of a project, we had a case of compliance. Delegations. How would best CLMS and Copernicus overall support the delegations?
Well, the delegations are our window into the country. But it also depends on how aware the delegations are of Copernicus and Earth observation in general. So there's an imbalance there. This is the first step that should be corrected. We should have, I don't know, a handbook, a Bible that we could distribute, like the Gideon Bible, we could distribute to the delegations so that whenever they encounter a policy objective transmitted by the partner countries, they have this reflex and say, maybe Earth observation can answer that. So that's the very first thing to do. The second thing we need is to mobilize the delegations to work also on an operational basis. So not just on the policy making, which is fine, which is actually not just fine, but a crucial step. But you will see that most delegations, when asked to manage an actual project, will shy away from it because they don't have the actual knowledge. So we have to be able to design the projects in such a way that they can be easily manageable and understood by everyone. And the third aspect, which is related to the work of the EUDs, but not just, is the sustainability of it. You will find very little traction if you come up with a project that the EUD sees that there is little or no sustainability. So the initial upfront investment, you all know how complicated our rules are. So the upfront investment to mobilize them into getting into a project where they know that once the money runs dry, there will be no follow-up is a major deterrent. So, to summarize, we need first to make them aware of what we are. We need to make the design of the projects in such a way that it has a common language that makes the whole Earth observation data and information approachable by them, and we have to give them perspectives of sustainability.
Okay, thank you very much. I think these are three very nice messages also to conclude this. It's about being design-driven, being sustainable, and being aware of the potential.
Absolutely.
So I realized that we are actually 5 minutes before the end of the panel, so I would like to open the floor if there are any questions. We can take 1 or 2 questions. If not, then we'll just wrap up. But yeah, you have one question?
I have a point to make that might connect some of these comments that were just made. You know, we talk a lot about compliance, but in the world of land degradation, by the time you monitor, it's too late, right? The land has either been converted already, which is the big problem in Europe, or it's become degraded. And therefore, the approach needs to switch from what we're doing in place to where the decisions are being made for those land use decisions. And that's a whole different approach to how we use Earth observation data, and it's an entirely different community that actually is not very connected to what we're doing in the monitoring side of environmental monitoring. Thanks.
You know, I think this really is the point of the last mile policy applications, right? And there is a lot of data, there is a lot of also analysis and understanding, but really to link it with key decisions that are in the pipeline now in the future is still a gap. And you know, then it comes back to the specific applications that you mentioned as well. Okay, so I think at this point we can wrap up. I would very much like a round of applause for our panelists who gave us really very insightful information. Aaron, Robert, Miguel, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yep.
Tim, I give you back the mic.
I will get out of the way. We will still sit here, though. 3 seats, 3 seats. Because we would like to delve a bit deeper into the world of CLMS with insights of what's happening now in this project. And for this, I would like to invite to the stage Ushoe Donezar, project lead for CLMS from the EEA, and Andreas Brink, project lead from CLMS from GRC. And I will stay here as well because I'm invited as well. I'll sit here, otherwise I feel a bit out of the group. Okay, so I'll start when the microphones are under the way. No rush, no rush. I have to make an introduction anyway. We just got a discussion on how the different policies contribute to the environmental monitoring, but now I would like to discuss a bit more the actual state of play. And normally we would do this when we sit on a table drinking a coffee, but we wanted to invite you as well. So yeah, apparently there's no coffee either, but it will be just as interesting. The first realization I want to talk about is the organization of this actual event. the first General Assembly on the future of CLMS. And I would like to explicitly thank the whole team that was involved for the hard work that they did to make this a very success. I've only seen a fraction of the email exchanges, and that was already very impressive. So please give these people a warm applause. And now the audience probably wants to know more about what's ongoing on CLMS itself. And how can I do this better than with the two experts par excellence with me? So I'll give you the floor right away, but I'll have to introduce myself for the people who don't know me. As I told you before, I'm working in the European Commission, DG DEFIS. I'm there for a bit more than a year now, a year and a half. So I'm still relatively new in this domain because I know that there is a lot more experience in this room. I did work, though, for 15 years in fisheries control, but I cannot do much about with that in this context. At last, I came home now to Earth observation again. But Andreas, you're still newer in this position in some way, in fact. And some people may know you, but maybe in another context. Others don't know you at all. Can you introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Tim, and welcome to all. Yeah, maybe some people still expect Michel Cherlet to be here on this seat, and maybe he will pop up. Oh, there he is even. Nice to see you, Michel. But yeah, he took over a much more important project, a lifetime project of retirement. So he's busy with that, and basically I took over his job in leading the global component of the land service, and I'm very happy to do this together with Usue from the European Environment Agency. Good, I'm new in this role, but I'm definitely not new in this work. Actually, if I'm lucky, I will get my 20-year of service medal this year at European Commission at the Joint Research Center. I work in the Nature Conservation and Observation Unit of Ivan Kulis, who just moderated. And yeah, in the last 20 years, I worked on land management, natural resources, land cover change issues, especially with a focus on Africa. And I'm very happy to see here a lot of my good old colleagues and friends in the audience, happy to work with them. I worked also at FAO for some time, about 5 years, and we will have colleagues here during the event as well. Yeah, so that's me in a nutshell. Over to Usue.
Hello, I am Usue Donez Arroyos. Surprisingly enough, I am the one oldest in the position here because I started in my position as project lead of CLMS already 2 years ago. So a bit of a background from myself. I worked before joining the EA in 2021 for long years for a Spanish company. I was basically focused on Earth observation related type of projects. Actually, I have to say, this year, we just launched last Friday. We started the process to produce the CLC, the Corin Land Cover 2024. And one of the first projects in which I was involved when I joined my company was Corin Land Cover 2006. That gives you an idea not only about my age, but that I have been here, I have been involved in this type of projects for a long time.
Thank you. And happy you're both here. So enough about ourselves. Let's take stock of where we are. From the DEFIS point of view, we're currently in the middle of a programming period, which is maybe not the most interesting part to discuss. What I can tell you is that we are discussing the last part of this multi-annual financial framework, MFF, because we have to discuss the last work program for the last 3 years, 25 to 27. This is now in the making, this is drafting, so you may see this passing by in the months or year to come still. But that's administrative, of course. Usue, can you tell me more about what happened of interesting things last year?
So we actually talked about this together with Andreas. I think one of the best news we can give is that we don't have, so we are implementing as planned, and we are just producing what we want to produce or what we have been asked to produce. I want to, however, focus on 3 different aspects. So in the last year, we have put a lot of effort on data access. We have been working together with the GRC on the development of the Copernicus Land Data Store, also talking with our colleagues from ESA and with our colleagues from DEFIS on the CDSE, on the Copernicus Space Data Ecosystem. And not only that, also making an effort on user uptake, which is one of the first, also it's related to data access. We have also been focusing on these policy-driven products, as Robert Conrad said just before. We have produced this last year the first version of the instance of the Corin Land Cover Plus instance for the land use change and forestry. It is still under, we are still working on its verification. We know that we will need to do more efforts around it, but I think it's a very good step towards what one of our drivers, which should be the policy in the next MFF. And last but not least, I would like to highlight the collaboration with other entities. We have made a significant effort to have more entities to involve, not only the GRC, but also not only to strengthen the collaboration with the GRC, but also to talk, have bilaterals with our colleagues and the other entrusted entities, with ECMWF, with Mercator Ocean, with SATSEN, with Frontex. And I think that effort is also talking about our idea of involving a greater range of stakeholders in the production, to have our users involved, to also have the feedback of our service providers, which are essentials for our production.
That's a whole lot. Andreas?
Thank you. And indeed, Usue, things are nominal, as we say. So that's the first good message. But of course, our product portfolio is very large, both for the European part as well as for the global part. And it's not static. We have to evolve. We have to come up with new products. And you know, of course, if you're interested in the whole list of products, most of you know them. If not, just check them out on the website. But to mention 3 really relevant new or evolution of products, I think it's really worth noting 3 products here. And the first one is the land surface phenology, which has just been published, or I think it was in March. It's on our website. It's a beautiful image, actually. But beyond that, it provides really critical information to what Baron just presented for the land. So it goes really into the seasonality in beginning, end of season, peak of season, the amplitude of the season. It provides about 14 data sets looking into the phenology of vegetation. And this is really critical for SDG 15.3.1 and for UNCCD, actually. So I'm really happy that this product is out there now. The next one, which I think is also a product our colleagues from FAO especially are waiting for since some time, is the evapotranspiration. This, I think, is an interesting one because it goes really beyond, let's say, a pure variable. It's a very complex product, an integrated product, integrating by physical variables, weather data, land cover data, and so on, to address water production, water use efficiency. And FAO is here the main user for their vapor product, and then, of course, also SDG 641. And the last product I would like to mention, I think, will be quite a game changer in many aspects. And this is the upcoming land cover forest and forest monitoring product, which goes really beyond pure static land cover and land cover change maps. But first of all, we will move from 100 meter to 10 meter. globally, so using Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-1. But it will provide at the global scale monthly and even 10 days, and towards the future even near real-time, so-called land features and basic land categories. And again, this goes in the direction what Baron was asking for, go beyond just RRD data. So these are variables provided at the end in near real time globally, which can serve application, in a harmonized way, which can lead into many downstream applications along the line. So I think that these are the three really relevant products I wanted to mention here. Thanks.
Well, only three? No, that's a very big list. It hides a lot of information, a lot of data. There is a lot to say about it, and I hope you will have the opportunity to discuss all about these things during the breaks, during the social event. What I wanted to ask you, if there is one thing that you want people to take home with them after this event, can you give a highlight from last year?
So as a take-home message, I think it's the three you can read there. And I was really happy to listen to Miguel from DG INPA saying the word trust. Because this is really what it's about. It's about the reliability, continuity of a service. And I think maybe it's not so exciting as a take-home message, but it's really key that, things are running well. But as a highlight at the global scale in particular, I think an important event last year was the Geo Week. Geo Week and Ministerial Summit in Cape Town in November. Here, Europe, Copernicus, I think we were not only very much present, but we had a very strong impact there as well. We were co-lead as the Commission, co-chair of the event. We were very present, very active in presenting, in discussing, and having many activities. And, I think we are really have to follow a bit the mantra of this event, which was very much about Earth intelligence. So going beyond pure Earth observation, but really, and we heard already from previous speeches, about integrating things, not only, pure Earth observation, but going into Earth intelligence. And it's a valid comment also for us.
So two things, that's not fair. The Geo Summit and reliability, which is very, very important for Copernicus, I agree. Yushui, what would be your highlight?
Well, I think that the three that you were talking about, trust, reliability, and continuity, it's true that they are not attractive. Sometimes I have said in the past that I sometimes feel we are not the sexy Copernicus service, which is not really, well, it is what it is, but we are reliable, we are continuous, and we are coherent. And those are not usually the things that you would like to but okay. What I would like to highlight is how we are building this network and this community through the communication efforts we are doing, how we are focusing on that to make sure that for the next MFF we are working in the right direction and that we have the feedback of the people, of the users that really need to be on board. And that's something that I would take that one. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. That's a good one. Well, for me, I also have a highlight, but it's a bit of internal cuisine. It's the steering group and working groups set up in the land service, which has been really put up last year. It has really been formalized. I will not bore you too much with all that, but it's one of the realizations of the much better coordination in the land service. And one of the things which you will see or can see is that nowadays there are no longer separate calls for a similar topic, but you will see one call for tenders, which will be used by both entities. And since you were talking about communication, that's one of the examples. No? So can you tell a bit more about that one?
Yeah. So we actually, the closing date is on the 5th of June. we have launched a call for tender for communication and user uptake. We think that was one of the most obvious examples where we needed to be more aligned, and having the same tool, having the same framework, of course, helps you to get that. So we will have both people helping us with communication, but also helping us with user uptake. And by user uptake, we mean trainings, capacity building, which was also mentioned in the policy session, this General Assembly, which is also very important for us. And I just hope that we get the best possible offers, and let's see, with evaluation.
Let's see indeed. And Andreas, you had an example as well, led by JRC?
Yes, but I think it's really co-led, because you mentioned it already. And this is the nice thing, that we are really working together to make things more efficient and where it makes very much sense. And the other one is on the other side of the chain, I would almost say, and it's about data storage, data dissemination. And yeah, we are working together on our Copernicus Land data store, so which is really about the cloudification of our service and building on the CDSE, so on the Copernicus Space Data Ecosystem. So we are fully moving into that. It's challenging, sure, because I think we are the first ones really being part of this onboarding program of CDSE. But yeah, we strongly believe in this, that this is the best solution for us.
Okay, way forward. There is one thing we wanted to talk about as well to you, and that's on user uptake, because I think we can all agree that there is never enough user uptake. It's an important thing that is sometimes forgotten. We are increasing our efforts there, and I think especially Ujue, you have some interesting news to bring about that.
Yep, so as I said before, we are putting this focus on increasing the user uptake. At the EA, we are developing the National Collaboration Program with countries. It is in a similar setup as other interested entities have done. Of course, we have our own specificities, because it is our goals are different to those of, for instance, ECMWF or Mercator Ocean, which in some cases are actually developing products within the countries, with the countries. In our case, it's especially focused on increasing the uptake from countries, on seeing how can they support us, redefine or define new products, also to help us maybe in the verification of the products, maybe also establish a communication flow which relates to how to integrate their data if needed, if possible in our productions, and also the other way around. And finally, last but not least, one of the things that we are also going to be working on capacity building, because I think it was mentioned actually in the previous presentation. We sometimes we take a lot of the language for granted, and we sometimes miss this part of focusing on capacity, of focusing on the training aspect, which I think is also very important. So we are not only doing this in the scope of the National Collaboration Program, but this training spirit is all around, because we are also doing trainings within the EA, for instance, because we saw that in our conversations with our fellow experts, sometimes we were not having the same language. And it's very important that we all speak a similar language, so we can really get their feedback on board.
And it starts with acronyms, and I hope I can still keep on using CLMS here. If not, come and talk to me during the coffee break. I can explain you all about it. Andreas, you also wanted to say something on the user.
Yes, and I think already what you said, it really ticks all the boxes that we just heard from our colleagues of DG Environment, DG INPA. So it's something we definitely have to work on. And on the global scale, yeah, we worked on similar initiatives. We had a whole series of user events, user uptake events, many respondents, going very much into detail of the whole product characteristics, but also on the outreach, on the communication. So, what are the requirements there? And one key message, and that came out already before as well, is really the ease of access to data. It has to be easy, it has to be straightforward. Users, they have to be able to implement it in their chains. Otherwise, you know, if they find something different, more easy, they go that way. And I believe with our cloudification, with our CLDS, it will go in that direction, definitely. And then another important message of all this user uptake was the sense of community. Our users actually, they want to be involved. They want to take part in the process, participate in user uptake activities, in use cases, training, to learn more, have capacity building. So we have to listen to this. Maybe we cannot always do it ourselves. In our case, sometimes we do it, I say, maybe through our African arm, through the GMES in Africa program, for example, or CLIMSTA, where, you know, our global data are used for then specific applications in Africa for specific training and capacity building sessions.
Very good. And then connected with this, we were talking about use cases, and we had an interesting question. Are there sometimes use cases that unexpectedly come up? So use cases that you didn't think of when the product was developed, but then suddenly appeared. There was something interesting.
Yeah, well, this happens usually, and we have some examples as well. I think that one of good examples also in the European Ground Motion Service, for instance. But I'm going to give an example which is completely different to what we usually do. I recently had a meeting with the European Banking Authority, who is looking for data related to land cover and land use to build on their scenarios related to financial risk assessment. And I think that's a very good example on why should we increase this, should we put this effort on communication, because it really pays off. This opportunity actually came as a very side way, because one of our fellow experts at the EA attended one of our informal training, informal information session. So I think that's it. When sometimes we think of communication and user uptake as something that is okay, really maybe the icing of the cake, no, something decorative. It's not. It really pays off, and it really shows the importance of raising the awareness.
That's an interesting one. And then you had a similar, no, not similar, completely different example.
Yes, but it goes in the same direction, and it really shows that we have to reach out to the unknown, as I say sometimes, because we know each other, we know the community, let's say the typical community, but potentially there's so much more. And one which recently I was in contact, also more in an ad hoc way, as you said, no, it just happened like that, was with IKEA. I don't think I have to mention who or what IKEA is. Maybe we are sitting on chairs from IKEA right now. But, and they attended also recently our Copernicus forestry workshop, actually. And they, of course, they are very much looking into sustainable forestry. They have quite a strong program. They have a strong research team looking into Earth observation, how they can make use of that. Of course, they are interested to look into forests, into trees, where they are, where they could reforest. They are interested, of course, in the EU deforestation regulation. So it's very relevant to them. And in a way, it's a typical use case, but the user is a bit new to us. And I believe there are many more similar that we should reach out to.
Many more hidden users for us, that's good. Well, I want to look into the future a bit, but the near future. So we still have, as I said before, 3 years, even more, 4.5 years in this MFF to go. I already told what we are doing from the DEFI side. What is still to be expected for the current MFF, so near future, from the CLMS side?
Maybe before that, we could ask the organization to put the slide that we had for this, because it's not
next
showing.
slide, please. I think 2 times next.
Yes. And next one.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. So the first one is really also what already Robert from DG Environment mentioned, continuity. this is, okay, let's say the business as usual. Again, not so exciting, but we have to make sure that things are running operational without interruptions. So this is very critical as an operational service. But then, in fact, there's a whole list of things we are currently working on and which we have to take forward. And the first one is really at the very beginning, so our land data store, our cloudification. This is quite critical and so timely. We have to make sure that we are really getting there as soon as possible, I would say, to make really our data even more accessible. The next one is this, to get these products I mentioned before up and running. Since, okay, land surface phenology, we have the first year available. In the future, it is planned to have a time series from 2014 to the present. But we know from UNCCD that we need a longer time series there. So we have to work on that, certainly. Evapotranspiration, it will be ready next year. We have to make sure that it's really timely for FAO. We have to make sure that it really fits the requirements for them. Land cover, that will come out next year. This year's really ramp-up phase. We're working hard, interacting a lot with our team there, that we get this right. So this is a bit from the product side, but then, of course, we have to work more together, I think, also with the other services, to integrate more there, and we are having discussions, together, led by DG DEFIS on this, of course. As you mentioned before, we have to strengthen the community. This is really an ongoing process, which is, very dynamic. It has always to increase, I think. And last but not least, my DDG Sala mentioned the SRIA, the Strategic Research Innovation Agenda. I think this gives us a little guidance on where and how to move in the next years, but also beyond this MFF into the next MFF. Thank you.
Thank you. And from your side?
Well,
it's the same service, but still.
Not, and that's why actually I don't have much to say. So because we share the same goals. I think actually, if you look at our agenda, it's reflecting exactly what Andrea said. We are going to have session on the SRIA because that should also be. It's about how do we we make the most out of these research projects and integrate them in an operational way into the service. We will be talking about the thematic hubs, and this with the collaboration with other entrusted entities, and of course we had the policy part, which is something that we are also really taking into consideration for the development of our products, and so on and so forth. I have actually not much to add because we are the same service. So.
Yes, indeed. I see. Get ready for next MFF. Yeah. That's something that I should tell about. Well, I cannot tell a lot because I don't have a crystal ball either. You all know that after 27, this MFF, multi-annual financial framework, stops. That's the nature of how we work. Every 7 years we have to think about a new program, a new MFF, and we'll have to do that this time again. So the discussions are slowly starting. The analyses have slowly started. One thing to be sure, and that's clear from all sides, not only the land service, but also the other services, and that's exactly this continuity and reliability thing. Copernicus will keep on existing. So rest assured, that's already a big step. But how it will look like, that's something it's really under discussion now. We cannot say now. Also for the land service, we see there is a lot of demand. I can only see it growing, but yeah, I don't know how it will evolve. Something to be discussed next General Assembly and the one after and the one after that. Okay, with that we have more or less come to an end of what we wanted to discuss among us and with you. Are there questions from your side or from the audience online? That's also possible. Normally, I will not have to reply anyway, so I can run around with the mic.
Thank you for the microphone. So I will have a longer introduction of the content and then very brief question, in fact. So my name is Tomáš Řezník by full name. I'm a contractor of the Czech Development Agency, performing and supporting the project called SLIM, or abbreviated SLIM, Sustainable Landscape through Integrated Management in Zambia, in Africa. And my question will be very easy. So I've heard a lot of opportunities how to reuse Copernicus. In fact, we had a questionnaire and interviews with 18 key stakeholders, and there are only two groups that are reusing CLMS already, and those that desire to do that. So the question will be very clear. What are the other opportunities, especially in terms of this project and development agencies in general, please?
Thank you, Thomas, for the question. And I think it relates again a little bit to what Miguel mentioned before in our policy session. I think, first of all, it's about knowledge sharing, information sharing. So the delegations in general, the development agencies in general, they of course have to be aware of our product portfolio, and that's why we are also here today to let you know, to exchange about this, about your needs and your requirements. And so, in fact, we would need kind of a handbook where we maybe translate even some of these complicated things into a language which is then more easily understandable by, policymakers, project managers, and so on. And then, of course, it's again back to the access to data. It has to be easy. Also maybe for countries which have a bit less connectivity compared to some countries we have here. So this easiness of access, of integration into your changes is important. And then of course we are always very open, very happy to get in touch with you directly. Of course, we cannot do the job for you, but we can guide you and show you how some of our, tools can be used for some of your applications. We have also demo sessions, training sessions, and things like this. So this type of exchanges is very important. And first of all, it's really about, knowing what is there and how it can be used. Thank you.
Somebody else?
Good afternoon, Christophe Sanier from GAF. No, I was just, actually it's linked to the previous session on the policy. I wanted to ask a question, but then it wasn't fast enough. It was related to this, but you've touched upon it as well on this issue of user uptake. And I think it's a really critical aspect. I mean, we have now the observing capabilities. I think we can do a lot of things, but there's still a lack of actually getting the data information sort of used in where it should be used. And I was wondering whether you could elaborate a little bit on the kind of activities, I mean, both at European sort of global level, that to try and encourage this by developing communities of practice, just developing sort of example use cases and so on and so forth.
Well, I will start this one. So at European level, that will be framed mostly within the National Collaboration Program, where we are going to have what we call focus teams on specific topics. So where you would have different countries together on a different topic. Let me put you an example. I could think of, being Spanish, of Spain and Portugal being together on coastal monitoring, for instance. That would make sense somehow. That would be, and that would also help, I think, gather people on a specific topic and show them and train them on how to use our data, and also learn from them on how should our data look like in the future for them to use it further. And that, having said this, we also will have, in the frame of the National Collaboration Program, a specific module for trainings. And that is also very important. We will train the trainers. We want, because we obviously cannot get in contact with all the authorities within one country that are working with the CLMS, but we can help them, or through the national focal point, to build this network that will allow us to reach more authorities, to reach more people.
No, also at the, let's say, at the global scale, at the global community, it's an ongoing process. And of course, we have done quite intense and detailed user surveys. Okay, but what's next? So we have to take these results now and discuss them. And of course, these are the things that we are doing then maybe in more closer communities and smaller communities to really address them a bit specifically. You know, what do we learn from these user uptakes? How can we now really address? And that's why I think also this, let's say, a bit new user communities, like it could be the banks, like IKEA, like I talked last week with a colleague from Argentina, McDonald's, you won't believe it, but even they are looking into these things because they look into more sustainable chains. And this is a bit communities maybe which bring in a different angle to the whole discussion, and yeah, we have to be able to really talk to them as well.
There is another question in the back.
Thank you. My name is Carlos Duassej. I work for CLS. My question is about two wonderful instruments that EU created since the beginning of the Copernicus program, is the Academy Network and the Relay Network. And especially for, I mean, user uptake is a wonderful instrument. The thing is that it's a bit informal. It was, at least. I don't know if it's changed since then. And there's no budget, no funds for those actors that can bring a lot in terms of user uptake and to bring the gap between the product and the end users, because they are closely linked for some of them to end users. And so my question is, how do you plan to use or to improve or to strengthen this network with some budget, or with more formal activities?
I actually think that's a question for you, Tim.
That's what I was afraid of. I must say I've had the same question, similar question already, and I cannot right away answer you. I would have to come back to you, so I'll have to ask the questions to my colleagues and talk to you.
Maybe from our side, maybe just a brief comment. It's that we're making it, because we know the budget is what it is, and we won't have more, but we are making it more efficient through our joint communication initiative, for example. So to be able, to do more with less in a way.
Yes, and I have one question. Okay, we'll go for one question here, and then unfortunately we have to finalize.
Thank you. I'm Matthias Reusen from the EU delegation to Zambia and COMESA. So I can certainly reflect that we still have a long way to go to educate our colleagues in delegations on the potential of GIS and remote sensing. I have a background, but a question maybe to you or to a colleague from DG INPA. Also, we had some years ago a special advisor in DG INPA, Philippe Brunet, who wanted to do that more, who tried to bring this to the delegation. Where are we on that? Because I think there are more and more possibilities, opportunities. We have forest partnerships worldwide. We have critical raw materials MOUs signed with many countries in the world. We stand for sustainability. We want to make it on ESG standards, environmentally and so on, when it comes to critical raw materials. And of course, we have climate change and so many global challenges. So where are we on kind of trying to bridge this gap, which is still there, I think, between JRC and DG INPA to, really show the potential delegation and to the partners in the country. I think we try to do a good job. Andreas, you are directly involved in Zambia, but I know from other delegations, and when I was in Brussels, very, very difficult, still a long way to go. And I have a background 25 years ago in remote sensing and GIS, and since then I think there's a huge potential, but it's not being optimized, I think, and it's not being sufficiently used. So what are the next steps under this commission? And of course, we have a new commission coming very soon.
I think we are doing a lot, not only GRC. I would say also, together with Davies, there's a whole program on reaching out, kind of this promotion exercises for countries. I mean, outside Europe also, I'm aware of those, where we are invited to present our services, our products to a whole series of, country representatives. I followed one, for example, in Northern Africa one time, but there's a whole series of this. Then, of course, we have to make sure to link stronger some of our activities. I'm thinking typically of GMS in Africa, that, of course, in the community there, I'm looking at my colleagues from Africa, actually, this is very well known. They're all participating to this, but maybe we have to link it better, actually, to the delegations. And yeah, this comes back, delegations, DG IMPA, us. Of course, we are trying some exercises like we're doing with you as an examples with some other delegations who knows us very well. But in a more structured way, we are planning in the future to do a so-called deep dive with a knowledge center on Earth observation specifically for the delegation. So, what are the needs, requirements, and how can we address this?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, both of you, for being here, for being very good cooperative colleagues, because we work together very well, so that's very, very good. Then we will switch to our next session, and for that, some experts will take the stage to very briefly present their projects that will be showcased on a poster, and for whom you're invited to go and discuss with them later today. I just have to make some practical arrangements, and I'll get back to you. Thank you. Don't run away yet. We have still 10 minutes, 20 minutes to go. I have the list here of the people who want to present their poster. It's very brief. They get 2 minutes each. And there should be a slide for each of them. We start with Nicolas Tabouret from CLS. And the topic is water level. I'll put myself at the side. Yeah. Can you put the slide on?
Okay, I can just start. Nicola is not me. He's not here right now, so I replace him. So to talk about, I can do without the slide. Yeah, further. So we are presenting a poster consisting of a water level time series So we can see on the slide, but and furnish also the uncertainties of this measurement. So what is really important right now, because due to the assimilation we are studying in the different projects, this is the main key to take care about. And also this product is producing on the water over the different water bodies, so what rivers and
variable is crucial for various applications in the public and private sector and for scientific institutions. Therefore, we will also present the current and potential applications for users of these products. So thank you very much for your attention. I would really be pleased if you have aroused your interest, and will be happy to answer any questions that you may have later.
Thanks a lot. Certainly we will do that. And then I have next one on my list, Gabriele Schweitzer from NVO IT on the cryosphere.
Thank you very much. My name is Gabriele Schweitzer from NVO in Innsbruck in Austria. And it's a shame that we don't see the presentation yet, but actually...
It's still coming.
Actually, maybe you might ask yourself, what is a cryosphere? The cryosphere is actually all frozen water on the Earth's surface, so it really addresses everyone. Each of you drinking some glass of water here, now maybe in the coffee break or having a coffee, relies on somehow on the water. And snow and ice, it's only one part of this full cycle, of this water cycle, what we do have. So actually we have 3 products in our global monitoring service for the cryosphere. It is a snow cover extent, which describes which area is covered by snow. Then we have the snow mass, which is measured by the snow water equivalent. That means how high is the snow, so that you have an idea on the amount of snow there. And then we are monitoring these products for land areas only. But what about lakes? I mean, lakes are very special because these can freeze at low temperatures, and then they can be covered, so the frozen ice can also be covered by snow again. And these are things you might ask now also, why should I know, or why should I be interested in that? Have you looked at the weather forecast recently? If so, you are already a user of this, because snow is highly reflective. This has an impact on the reflectivity of the Earth's surface. That has an impact on the weather system. That means we are not only locally interested in these parameters, but we are interested in on a hemispheric to global system. And this is exactly what we are doing here, and I'm happy to introduce these products in more detail at the poster, showing also further use case studies like for hydropower generation or things like that. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot to you. Then I have Nathalie Morin from Geoville as well on CLC+. And she will be replaced by...
So I'm obviously not Nathalie Morin. I have the pleasure to introduce her poster here today. It's on the CLC Plus product suite. It mainly introduces the 3 CLC Plus main products. It's the CLC Plus backbone, which is the European wall-to-wall high-resolution land monitoring component of CLC Plus. Then the CLC Plus core, which is the data storage and data processing component, including the data coming from CLC Plus backbone, and considers the Eagle nomenclature for processing the data. And last but not least, it's the CLC Plus instances. It's a downstream application, more or less, currently focusing on instance on LULUCF, which was also mentioned by Usue as one of the major milestones achieved in 2023. It should support EEA in an independent MRV system for evaluation of the NEAR reports provided by the countries on the LULUCF. I'm happy to give you more details on the CLC Plus suite and also answering your questions. Please visit the poster, and I'm looking forward to meet you there.
Thanks a lot. I have another slide from Geoville. I don't know who. Okay. That's on the non-vegetated land cover.
So me again. So another poster is on the CLMS non-vegetated land cover characteristics. It's on, of course, imperviousness, and the poster is about building climate resilience, utilizing Copernicus and VLCC for urban adaptation strategies. I'm presenting this on behalf of my colleague Eva Sokernikova. So also here, the poster briefly introduces the NVLCC portfolio. The portfolio, especially the imperviousness density, but also the other products, can, together with integration of other data sources, such as meteorological, demographic, and topographic data, enhance planning capabilities, support evidence-based adaptation measures against climate impacts, and support US policies such as the soil strategy for 2030. So the main objective of our work was is still to revise the existing method by switching to an CNN unit approach, and thus significantly improve the quality of the products. I'm also happy to see you at the poster booth and answer your question if you have any.
Thanks a lot for your second contribution. And we stay with land cover products. André Stumpf from GAF for the vegetation land cover product, VLCC.
Well, I'm neither Andrea, as you can imagine, and I'm not going to stay there because else you would not see me. Sorry, I'm very small. My name is Ines Ruiz. I come from GAF. Some of you already know me. VLCC, yeah. GAF is one of the service providers working on that one, together with Vito that are here, and Geoville that you have already seen them 3 times. And we are producing it for EA. And yeah, what we are presenting at the poster is mostly the 3 different main topics, which are, oh, hey, we have a poster, cool. So we present the different products, of course, which it's all the vegetated part of Europe, pan-European, and we are presenting the part of forestry, which is tree cover density, dominant leaf type, and forest types, grassland, of course, with herbaceous, and now the new product of grassland mowing, which is really interesting because it shows the mowing events and days during the year. And the very brand new one that I know many users are interested on, which is the crop part, so all the agricultural part, which is a tool that is really aimed to support the cap and the greening of the cap. So we have the crop types with 19 classes, if I remember correctly, and the cropping patterns which support the monitoring for the cap, which are meant exactly to provide information on the crop rotation, on the type of crops, secondary crops, on farmland, harvesting, so in many, many aspects. What is all this good for? So, of course, tree cover density, understanding the health of our forests in Europe, it's important. The crops meant to support the cap, mostly in exactly as I said, in the type of crops, in monitoring the crops, grassland, which is meant as well to avoid erosion and support biodiversity. So it really helps to many of the European policies and global policies, not only the CAP, also the LULUCF regulation because of the forestry and the tree cover density and the variations on it. The European Forest Monitoring Law and the biodiversity strategy, because of course grassland is really a must for biodiversity. And yeah, we will be out there, so any questions you have or more information, of course you will get more information on the project already at the marketplace, I guess, tomorrow. But if there are any questions on what it can be used and some specifications of it, just come to us.
Thank you. Can we just go through the previous slides? No? Okay, too difficult. No problem, no problem. Then we go forward. I have Nicole Habersack from BKG on riparian forest mapping. And the slide is voilà, it's there.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm not Nicole, unfortunately. She can't be here either, but my name is Carola Stolle. I am her colleague at the German Federal Agency for Cartography and Geodesy, and our poster is on how we use the Copernicus layer delineation of riparian zones for ecosystem accounting in Germany. So on the poster there will be a more in detail explanation on ecosystem accounting and what it entails, but basically it's just a every 3 years we do this assessment of German ecosystems and just to see what the state is. And for that we need to know all the different ecosystem classes, and one of the most difficult to define are riparian forests, and for that in 2015 we used this Copernicus layer with riparian zones and combined it with the German digital land cover model to basically define these areas. But unfortunately this product has been discontinued since 2012, and my colleague then has more or less reproduced it with open source data, and how she did that and how we use it will be on the poster. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer them as best as I can. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. And then I have on my list Joan Sala Calero from Sixth Sense. I hope I say it right.
Thank you. I'll wait for the slide because it's very helpful. It's a graphical abstract. I'm here representing the validation consortium of the European Ground Motion Service portfolio. Yeah, validation is an integral part of a service that generates trust for the users and also ensures that the service meets the technical specifications that it was designed for. So we have different validation methodologies together with independent validation data, mostly in situ, that we collected around 38 sites in Europe. And then we have, of course, the thematic areas of application, which are, among others, landslides, groundwater overexploitation, volcanism, and altogether it makes, well, okay, it makes comes and goes, but it makes a very interesting project. It has been already 2 years, and we have the first validation report for the first time series release, and we have now, this summer, releasing the second validation report. So those who have questions about how to validate, come to my poster.
Very welcome to come to the poster. Thank you. And then the one but last is Stefan Dransveld from ESA, but I do know that Ferran Gascon will replace him. That's on my paper.
Indeed, thank you, Tim. I'm presenting this poster on behalf of Stefan Dransveld, a colleague working also at the European Space Agency. And we will provide you a quick overview of the Copernicus Space Component Optical Mission Performance Center. So you might wonder, what's the Optical Mission Performance Center? It's a team of experts within the Copernicus Space Component, which is in charge of all data quality related aspects for the Sentinels and the Copernicus contributing missions, optical imagers. So that includes Sentinel-2, MSI instrument, Sentinel-3, OLCI and SLSTR, and that includes as well the Copernicus contributing missions performing optical imaging. Then a bit more in detail, the MPC is working on the calibration and validation of level 1 and level 2 products. It's also working on the development and evolution for the algorithms and processes, also both level 1 and level 2. And finally, also taking charge of the quality control, so making sure that the data that we distribute to users is of good quality. So you are welcome to come to the poster, and well, we're glad to try to answer all your questions. Thanks, Tim.
Thanks a lot, Ferran. And then finally, I have Fernando Roque from Global.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Well, the heat, as everybody feels, will be the trending topic for the following years. I use a study developed by the Indiana University that discovered this reforestation region in the southeastern part of the United States. It is a reforestation that has 50 years, and it discovers that it has a cooler region that could help to cool down the temperature of this part of the United States. I used the FAPAR indicator from 2020 to 2024 in Florida, and we can see that there is a difference between the indicator of FAPAR. It has a higher FAPAR in the northern Florida compared to the southern Florida, where we almost don't have any forest coverage right now. The same thing happens to the temperature. We have a lower temperature in the northern Florida compared with Miami and the Everglades area that unfortunately we can see in the according to the statistical indicators of Copernicus that we are losing almost the Everglades, and there is just a marine system on the western part of Florida. This is the same case of my country in Guatemala. There is a recovery region marked with number 2 in the eastern dry corridor of Guatemala, where it was recovered with coffee by the year of 2013. And we can see a difference between FAPAR and historical FAPAR from this year to present. Also happens with the temperature. You go there and for sure the temperature is lower compared with the desert, with the desertification that we have around this region. I travel there very often, and I can see this difference and confirm the data from Copernicus. So I will be very happy to answer your questions in the poster session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot. And with this all said, this was not enough time, I know. Sorry? Next? No? You can show them all, that's what you mean. Okay. So we will have a very quick view while I will say my final words. What I wanted to say is that we will have a coffee break after this until 4:30. Enjoy the coffee break, enjoy discussing with other colleagues. Of course, go and talk to the colleagues that presented their posters. And you will see here a big wrap-up. Voila, there you go. Not yet. It's on a small screen already. Water, snow, and ice. I'm not going to call the people back to the front. Apologies for that, but at least you have a first idea of how the poster would look like. And then the next one is the cryosphere coming. Is this with the animation, I guess, yeah. Voila, there you have it. That's indeed saying it all. Then you have land cover, land use, CLC plus. And the last one I think we haven't seen, NVLCC, so non-vegetated land cover. I think the rest we've seen. Huh? In any case, you have the posters where you can see all the details because this is way too small to communicate everything. Okay, see you again in 3 quarters then. Have a nice coffee. Hello, good afternoon. We will slowly start again. It's 1 minute past, and the speakers are eagerly waiting to come to the stage. Could you please take your seats, and then we can continue with the next session.
It's not in your job description, and you're not paid enough to do this.
They were saying the women organizing were.
Maybe we should start. I just feel sorry for the fact that
Everybody gets it.
maybe it's me. It's going to be me speaking. So I will just speak 2 minutes. Maybe say enough time to. Yeah, they will be just going up and down.
Does not have to disappear. Okay, so we will start. For the people still enjoying a coffee, please, can you hear me? I don't think they do. Way too noisy over there. But then we will start with the next session, or with the next 2 sessions, I have to say, because José Miguel Rubio from the EEA will host both sessions. He is expert for Copernicus for the cross-cutting in situ component, and he will moderate both sessions on Horizon Europe and related to the CLMS evolution and the strategic research agenda, and also combined with that a session on the Belgian research projects, which is related to research, of course. So without further ado, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Yes, my name is José Rubio. I work at the European Environment Agency, as Tim has just said, responsible for the coordination of the Copernicus in situ component. And I'm also a member of the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service team here at the agency. I'm very happy to moderate the following 2 sessions on research and innovation activities. Myself, I worked for several years at the European Commission managing Earth observation projects. And yeah, well, research and innovation, as you all know, is essential for the evolution of the Copernicus program, particularly for the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. Research and innovation activities are fundamental for facilitating the evolution of our core products, also to facilitate the creation of downstream applications, to make sure that we are living up to the user needs, to try to facilitate and ensure the policy uptake of our products. Also for economic growth, ensuring well-being of our society in general, research and innovation activities are at the core of our activities. Of course, there are questions very important about how to ensure the uptake of these activities in our operational workflows. And we have a very nice panel lineup of presenters who are managing these research and innovation activities, and who will tell us about their projects. They will take you through a short journey from soil to biomass mapping, to urban resilience, to water, And then we will conclude this first session with a teaser, with a short presentation about the Earth Observation Strategic Research Innovation Agenda that we have already mentioned on a couple of occasions before, which is framing the future of our portfolio, and not only in this MFF, but also beyond. So without further ado, I would like to call to the stage Uta Hayden. She is this is Mission Science Coordinator from the German Aerospace Center, and she's managing, or she's working at the in the project Cup for Soil. So yeah, the floor is yours. You have, I have to say, sorry, very quickly, I have to be very strict with time. You have 8 minutes. We'll be making, yes, I will have to make some gestures from my seat whenever the time is close to the end, okay? So thanks a lot. Thanks for your understanding. I hope you find it all very exciting in the next couple of hours before we go to the social event. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I was told 10 minutes, but okay, then I have to keep it really, really short. So hello, everyone. My name is Uta Hayden. I'm from the German Aerospace Center. And I would like to present you today the Cup for Soil project, which was specifically developed in order to suggest new soil products in a future Copernicus soil monitoring service. So, there's also something. So we actually in beginning of 2023, we partnered with ESRIC to conduct this 2 years project that was funded by the Framework Partnership Agreement on Copernicus User Uptake in order to support actually national and European agency for reporting on soil health and soil quality. And how we are going to do it, we had a very extensive user requirement study. We have the objective to generate European-wide example data products that can hopefully characterize soil health and quality. We also want to develop a user community that is aware of these products. And we are also working in close cooperation with other soil projects, like, for instance, the ESA World Soils Project, but also others like the EGP Soil and Soil Mission projects. So I would like to give you an overview about the first achievements. Just a very quick note, all achievements are collected at our webpage via link or a direct download. You can get informed about that. So we have produced AO data products and soil maps in 20 meter spatial resolution, and I will talk about or show you some examples of that later on. We are producing documents, for instance, also the user requirement document. I will also talk shortly about the user survey we have launched last October, closed in February this year. We had very good feedback from companies, from research sector, but also from NGOs and agencies. And then we already conducted a couple of meetings and workshops, and we are in preparation of our final project workshop. So let me talk a little bit about the user online user survey that we have conducted. That is really just a very quick snapshot on the results. Again, it's published, the full results are published on the website. So actually the majority of the replies told us they are missing soil-related information on the Copernicus service page. Spatial patterns of soil information are very useful, but much more useful are quantitative correct values with confidence intervals. The majority need the information for monitoring yearly, but if this is not possible, less often is also useful. Main purposes have been MRV, monitoring of soil parameters, and also CAP. And the typical question, spatial resolution, the winner is always the highest spatial resolution, of course. So 10 to 20 meter was selected. But if this is not possible, of course. Pixel sizes are still useful, so that is the result. And below you see two charts. On the left side, simple soil properties. On the right side, derived properties. And you can see a little bit the ordering of the importance of the soil information that is required by the user community. And you see on the left side the usual suspects, like the Holy Grail, like Baron Orr said in the morning, so organic carbon, then texture, of course, bulk density, and so on. So we also, in this project, produce European-wide soil products, and the basic processing line is a digital soil mapping approach, which is in the responsibility of ISRIC. And so they combine, as usual, the Lucas data with environmental covariates to run a predictive model and to retrieve primary soil properties, and also pixel-based uncertainty maps. Now, the novelty here is that we wanted to check how new data products can improve maybe these soil maps. So we introduced the soil composite mapping processor that has been developed at DLR that produces information about the spectral information of soils, but also the spectral dynamic of soils. We also retrieve statistical information about the soil use intensity and so on. So these products are integrated to develop the soil maps. So let me show you some results. On the left side, you see one of our main products, the soil reflectance composite, which is actually a selection of just bare soil appearance or bare soil reflectance pixels from Sentinel-2 between 2018 to 2022. And on the right side, you can see a soil frequency product. So this tells you how often in this time range between 2018 and 2022, the soil has been visible in bare surface condition. And that's not only very important for digital soil mapping approaches, but also to carbon sequestration or soil erosion. Let me zoom a little bit in here. On the left side, you see again the soil reflectance composite from an area in France, the Champagne. And I hope you can see it, the different coloring of the pixels. They are related to different mineralogy, different soil organic carbon content, soil moisture, and so on. So you see the very bright spot here. These are soils that have a very high content of calcium carbonate. And on the right side, you can see really into, in the bottom lower right, you can see how detailed these soil information patterns are visible. And ISRIC then also developed soil maps. So one of the first products was soil organic carbon content. But they also retrieved the bulk density and total nitrogen. Bulk density was really an experiment because it's just based on across Europe 8,000 data calibration points, so it's really a hard thing to do. We are still analyzing the quality of that. We also invest in, I just have 30 seconds, so we also invest a lot in cross-validation. And the major thing, what we wanted to check is if the new data products from Sentinel, the direct reflectances, are really improving the models and the results. So we could say yes, in most of the cases for bulk density it was not the case, but we are still analyzing it. And that's my last slide. I will not summarize, but I want to say all the data products that we are producing, we will publish hopefully in the near future on a specific web page. So it's available via web services and described at the stack catalog. So, and all comes also with pixel-based uncertainties, the soil maps, as well as also selective products for the spectral reflectance of the soils. And with this, thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Uta. Very, very well timed. The next, we will see if we have time at the end to, if you have any question. Otherwise, they will be there at the social event if you want to have some questions and discuss with them. The next speaker is Ruben van der Kerhove, scientific coordinator at Vito, who will present Evoland, which is really at the heart of the evolution of the CLMS service.
Hello. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm indeed Ruben van der Kerkhove, working at Vito Remote Sensing. So it's my pleasure to introduce you Evoland. So what is Evoland? It's not an amusement park or some music festival, or if you would Google it, the first hit you get, it's a game. No, it's not a game. It's a Horizon Europe project. We started last year. It's a 3-year long Horizon Europe project, which was funded under the 22 call for evolution of the land monitoring service. And actually, the main goal of Evoland is to provide tangible proof by doing R&D on enhancing the quality and efficiency of the CLMS. So within Evoland, we will, or actually working on developing new methods and also product changes for CLMS prototypes. So the main goal is actually, of course, we want to preserve continuity of the service. Yeah, I think continuity was mentioned already many times. It's very important. But maybe with Evoland, we might help a little bit to make this service a little bit more sexy, as Ushu already mentioned. And as such, we could also maybe better respond to European policy needs. So Evoland is being carried out by a consortium of different service providers, which work both at the global, the pan-European, and the local component. We have also some leading research institutes in the consortium, some space agencies, experts on communication, stakeholder involvement, as well as in situ data collection. So, as I said, Evoland really aims at improving the quality, timeliness, and efficiency of the CLMS. So Evoland will develop methods and processing chains for 11 candidate services. So for each of these services, prototypes, we have actually been gathering the requirements. So both the user, the policy requirements, as well as the data requirements and the infrastructure requirements. Currently, we're really working on the methods development and developing the processing chains for the prototypes. And once final, we will also check the operational readiness of each of these prototypes. So we will consult with our stakeholders and also do a service rollout analysis. So in terms of methods, Evoland integrates state-of-the-art methods on AI. Think about super resolution or foundation models. We're also working on biomass mapping. Think about canopy height or biomass. Also continuous monitoring. Typically, many of the CLMS products are status and change products. Within Evoland, we are looking to increase the temporal frequency of these products. And it also integrates the data from new sensors, new satellites, new in situ data, as well as novel infrastructure. Here's such an example of one of these improved methods. It's an example of a super resolved Sentinel-2 image. So on the left, you see a Sentinel-2 composite of 20-meter bands. On the right, you see then the result of the super resolved image at 5-meter resolution. So this method has been developed by a partner at SBO and CNES. And yeah, it uses actually a lightweight super resolution algorithm, which has been trained on the Cent2Venus dataset. So yeah, if you want to test it yourself, please have a look to the code. It's all open source available on the Evoland GitHub repository, and also the colleagues from SBO have wrote a nice article about it. So Evoland also, like I said, works on different prototypes, 11 in total. I won't go in detail on each of them, but they are actually, some of these prototypes, they are actually complementary to what's already there in the CLMS. And some prototypes actually are also quite new products. Yeah. They are scattered across different thematic domains. We have some water prototypes. We have 2 urban prototypes. We have 3 prototypes working on agriculture, 3 on forests, and also 2 more on general land cover. Just as an example, here you see a prototype of the land surface categories prototype that's currently under development. This with the land surface categories, actually we are increasing the temporal resolution of land cover mapping to monthly and eventually also near real time. And with this, we can better capture the dynamics of the land surface. Yeah, think about water occurrence, snow occurrence, but also better capture also the land cover changes. Monthly land surface categories are currently embedded in the Copernicus Global Land Cover and Tropical Forest Mapping and Monitoring Service, which was already introduced by Andreas. With the Nevoland, we are actually looking towards really the near real-time single scene mapping of these land surface categories. So yeah, with this, if I want to also invite you to have a look to our social media channels if you want to stay up to date with all the project results. Or yeah, I'm here today and also tomorrow together with my colleague Tim, who is sitting there. We are both managing this project. So if you have any questions regarding Evoland, yeah, please feel free to see us in the coffee break or the event at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. So we are very well in time, that's good. The next speaker is Carmen Cillero, who is responsible for research and development in Tres Data in Spain. And she's going to speak about a project which is finished called Water for Sea, which main outcome, and she will tell a bit more about it, is this roadmap for the water component in Copernicus, for the future of Copernicus services. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm here, as Jose Miguel said, to present the Water Force. The Water Force is not a research project, it's really a coordination and support action. So we didn't do any research, but we worked a lot during 3 years to, let's say, evaluate all the water component in the Copernicus services. It was a space call in which we have to address some challenges and the Commission had already identified in the water component. So we were asked to look to address these challenges that were the coordination and integration of Copernicus services that has to be improved in order to allow to understand the water cycle. So the water cycle as a whole was an important part of all of this. To reinforce the Copernicus portfolio, how to avoid duplication of efforts inside of the services for the water component. And then we also were asked how was the way forward to develop the high-level biochemical products needed for water quality assessment, how to develop mixed Earth observation plus modeling approaches, also to deliver key variables with hindcast and forecast features. We also were asked how is the way forward to achieve consistency between inland and coastal products, so what the water continuum that we wanted to call the Air in Water Force, and so on and so forth. Develop change detection approaches for water availability and quality, storage and fluxes, how to develop innovative methodologies to characterize uncertainties, including in situ data collection, and also how to use novel methods for do all this. So yeah, easy task, really. So for that, we needed a lot of people, we needed a lot of effort. We were 20 partners from different, let's say, parts of the value chain, from downstream sector, research institutions. And what we did was to organize our work in 6, let's say, groups of work. We have a overarching work package, which was to analyze the stakeholder needs and the policy needs, because Copernicus is a user-driven program, so that was the first part. And then all that entered into what we call 4 teams of people working with technical things. One devoted to water quantity, also water quality, and water quality continuum, who was super important for us to put this continuum here. Also modeling and data simulation, so Earth observation and Copernicus data simulation for models. And also the relationships with the in situ community and the in situ data, which was really, at the end, it was one of the major points in our work. For that, we were not only the 20 partners, but we could have more than 800 people working with us in different workshops, inquiries, questionnaires, and also working groups devoted to this. All this technical work at the end was given to the last team that we were all there, but we were the ones developing the last product of this project, that is the Waterforce roadmap. The roadmap takes into account all the technical evaluation that we did, how to reach the higher level products. Also, we took into account the business opportunities inside of the water sector. And not only that, but also how the Copernicus in situ component could work with all this data. So this is, we made an assessment of all the portfolio, not only for Copernicus Land, but for the mostly 5 services, not the 6, because security was not there really. So at the end, in the water quantity portfolio, it's amazing the amount of data that it is here. It's amazing the amount of products that we have there, more than 800. And the second service, who is developing more than 100, is Copernicus Land. So we in Waterforce we had to see the needs, but these needs are the room for improvement and the whole potential that all the wealth of data that Copernicus is delivering. So in some places we could see that the needs are always higher spatial resolution, higher temporal resolution. The validation of the products could be harmonized, and we will see in the following slides too the lack of awareness of the user community about the wealth of data that it is out there and that the Copernicus services are providing. So it was really great to see how Usue was saying that really one of the next steps are the raising awareness and the capacity building of the community. This is the first, I would say, the first number that we have to really be aware of, because in water quantity we had more than 800 products, and in water quality the total amount are 8 products, really. So this is an imbalance that it would be great to be kind of tackled by the Copernicus services. In here, what we got to know about our own expertise inside of the consortium, and also all the people that was working with us, was that there are some missing products that we have a long list inside of the roadmap, but here we can kind of highlight, for example, the carbon-related products, the dissolved organic carbon and all the carbon species that can be really delivered from Earth observation data. Also the shallow water products like bathymetry, and also the benthic habitats, and also floating matter products. There are a nice amount of them, but for example, debris and plastics, and also some some scum from the cyanobacteria, but not only that, also some plants that live on top of the water that are super interesting for the community. In the assessment of the Copernicus in situ component, this was really interesting because it came a lot during the whole project. So Copernicus really is fully dependent of in-situ data in case of water collected by other organizations. So there is a mismatch also that can be really addressed and is kind of easily addressed because the member states are taking this data for the Water Framework Directive, and that can be easily transformed into Earth observation, calibration, and validation data quite easily. And okay, I will not go forward. Then we made an assessment of the Copernicus portfolio for supporting SDGs. There is a huge room, a huge potential of Copernicus really addressing the needs of the SDGs reporting. In fact, we are now with some of the consortium members working with the World Water Quality Alliance in our Earth observation work stream that was born inside of Waterforce to make an Earth observation indicator for the SDG 632 for the level 2. So, and we will use Copernicus land data. So it's a really huge potential for that, for water quantity, quality, and also more economical development. Inside, this is not the water quantity portfolio, this is bad. It should not be there. It's the data infrastructure, really, what we are really here evaluating. At the end, the fairness of the data was evaluated, and what we saw is that not all of them get the same overall score, but also we can see that the next data space component now from Copernicus will solve most of the issues that we could detect in this fairness. And for the implementation of EU policies, we also could see a huge potential. We have, inside of the Water Framework Directive, we have some products that can be used, but what we could see is that also this can be, the legislation and the policy could drive the need of Earth observation products from the different services and also from Copernicus land. So if we could put Earth observation there in the directives, then the products will come later, and that is really something that we want to push forward. So with all this information, we made the roadmap trying to solve all these things and paving the way for the Commission and the Copernicus services to move forward for the water component. The first thing that we had to do is to identify the main bottlenecks for the uptake of the services. And in the first one that we detected was the lack of a dedicated water in situ component, so dedicated to water. There is a limited trust from the water community on the products that Copernicus is delivering. So here is really important this raising awareness and also capacity building, because the people do not know where the products are and somehow they do not know how to use them. There is okay, I will conclude. So these are the bottlenecks that are in the roadmap. I mean, those are not bad things. They are really how we have to move forward. If we can solve them, then we will reach to what we wanted. So we came with 4 potential scenarios to solve all of this. The business as usual is what we have done up until now, and it will develop organically. The water thematic hub is something that it will happen most probably soon. And then we move forward a little bit with the water as a virtual service and the water Copernicus like a core service. We know that this will not happen, but these 2 are the ones who have the most potential to solve all the challenges that we said that we have faced. So these were we have short-term and long-term recommendations. I cannot read them because I am out of time, even though I wanted to be so quick. But yeah, there is a lot of room and a lot of potential in the Copernicus services to deliver really water quality and water quantity products covering the whole continuum. So a lot of work has to be done, and it will be done in the future, I'm more than sure. So sorry for being late, José Miguel. And yeah, please go to our webpage. That should be there, and it is not. So www.waterforce.eu, or find me during these 2 days, because I will be here for all of you. So thank you.
Thanks, Carmen. I think we have a lot of food for thoughts, particularly about water in Copernicus, particularly now that we are starting to think what will happen in the next few years. Now we go to the next presenter, Nektarios Chrysoulakis, who is Director of Research at the Foundation for Research and Technology in Greece. He will present the project CURE, which is covering a series of services on urban resilience. Please.
Thank you very much, Samuel. I'm Nektarios Chrysoulakis. I'm a Director of Research at Fourth and Head of the Remote Sensing Lab. As the coordinator of the CURE project, I will give you an overview presentation. And CURE, as you see, stands for Copernicus for Urban Resilience in Europe. Therefore, we'll focus on urban environment now. And as you know, urban environment is multidimensional. And to deal with different dimensions, we need specially disaggregated information, and we need information for more than one Copernicus core services. And the basis is, of course, land monitoring service, but CURE provides the means to cope with Earth observation data under exploitation in the domain of sustainable and resilient urbanization, combining information from all these Copernicus services you see here in this graph. So we introduce new ideas, how to develop applications on cross-cutting applications among these Copernicus core services in the domain of climate change adaptation and mitigation, healthy cities and urban environment, and energy and economy. So this is the constellation of our applications. We have applications related to heat, surface temperature, heat storage, heat emissions, thermal comfort, related to nature-based solutions, related to landslides and land deformation, related to urban flooding, relating to air quality and health impact, and related to carbon dioxide emissions. You see the logos of the whole consortium represented here in CURE. In CURE, we have 4 front-running cities like Copenhagen, Berlin, Sofia, and Heraklion. And we developed and tested the methodology there, and then extrapolate the methodology in the 6 follower cities you see in green here. I have engaged the end users and stakeholders in the project from the beginning. So I have a continuous iterative cycle among the users in case studies and the CURE consortium, and then information flow from the users to consortium and from the consortium to the users in the iterative cycle. And CURE was built on the cloud. It's a cloud-based application. It was built as a front office using the Vikio cloud as back office. And all these applications you see have Dockerized and be able to run on virtual machines that develop using the Kubernetes technology and all it is technology that you can see here. Furthermore, we have developed special interfaces that the users can access the different Copernicus services, the core services, and get data from the services. And also interfaces that the user can use to interact with the CURE system. And among them is the portal. The CURE portal you can access here because it's already developed. I forgot to say that CURE has been concluded some months ago. So the portal is ready, and we have developed interfaces that the user can interact and upload, download data, and run our models. And there are some very nice storylines for its 11 applications. And I have selected some examples. Very quickly, I can present here the air quality application that was developed by Vito. And this is the case study of Sofia. You can see NO2 concentration on the main streets and PM 2.5 concentration, and you see the difference that NOx is emitted by transportation and PM by residential use. Also, thermal comfort, again, application developed by Vito. You see the case study of San Sebastian. We have the wet bubble globe temperature indicator, which is related to thermal comfort, and we have different scenarios. The baseline and what if we develop granite roofs or other nature-based solutions, and we'll see the impact of this thermal comfort of this implication in the city. Another example, the urban flooding. This is the application developed by GSAT. This is a case study of Heraklion, and we have a couple hydraulic with hydraulic model. We have the whole watershed. And to have some scenarios of hazards, and for each polygon of urban atlas, you can see the hazards to urban assets because you combine with different other information about the buildings from WSF or local-based information. Another one, nature-based solutions, the application developed in San Sebastian, again, by Technalia. You see very high resolution data, you see the potential of implemented green roofs, and another indicator related to the prioritizations and the priority we have given in each of the roofs that have been selected, and aggregated data and analytics for the whole city on for each specific neighborhood of the San Sebastian. And a last example related to carbon dioxide emissions, application developed by Forth and University of Basel, using an example again of Heraklion, difference between weekdays and weekends, difference of emissions between summer and winter at local scale, and this is something that we can use to build on it and scientifically exploit CURE, as we'll discuss a little bit later. So CURE is concluded. It's a success story. You can see the publications in scientific reports, Nature Family Journal, and soon it's expected also to be included in Cordis. The final text is ready and is expected to be in this website in Cordis within June. So for the scientific exploitation, we have a link with the European Cities Mission, the 100 smart and resilient cities. And we're lucky because 5 of our 10 case studies have been selected to join the Cities Mission of the European Commission, and have a good connection, try to build and CURE to link this the Cities Mission with the Copernicus services, and more specifically with the Land Monitor Service. So the Cities Mission related to mitigation, related to reduction of emissions. So that was the idea, and we get the opportunity for the 2024 call, and we present the proposal of the CLMS cities, which is still pending. So you see the idea here. We have 2 flax towers directly measuring the CO2 emissions in the city of Heraklion. Both they are labeled by ICOS. They are separated about 1 kilometer. They have the same meteorological forcing, but they are in different locations. That means observing emissions from different urban form and function. So with the red curve, you see the emissions from the center, downtown, the central business district, and with the blue curve from the residential area. And there is a completely different pattern. Here you see the morning maximum and the afternoon secondary minimum, which is even distributed all over a year. But from the residential area, you see it is maximized here during the summer months. So this is the idea. That means we can analyze and model at local scale the emissions of all cities and use the urban atlas polygons and update with the vegetation dynamics and include information about emissions of buildings and transportation from mobility, and have for each polygon this type of information, emission profiles in different cities. In this case, with urban emission modeling, we bridge and couple the Land Monitoring Service with the Cities Mission of the European Commission. And we have selected very carefully 10 cities. These cities are the cities that get the label from the mission. This is the mission label in 2023. That means these cities have already presented cities climate contracts. And our tier 1 city is Victoria-Gasteiz for 2 reasons, because Victoria-Gasteiz is also participating in that adaptation mission, and Victoria-Gasteiz goes a case study in CURE project, because we built on CURE project. And this is my last slide. You see how we build the different building blocks. We have the stakeholders engagement, including the EA and JRC, for example. We have the different CLMS products. We have Copernicus data, and we have mobility data. And we have harmonized everything and integrate everything to local scale, and will improve the CURE methodology for CO2 emissions, including also other methodologies. And we have flax towers to evaluate our modeling outcomes. That is very useful for benchmarking. That means useful for the cities to benchmark the inventories for carbon dioxide emissions at still the scope 1 emissions. And starting from tier 1 city, which is Victoria-Gasteiz, within the project we have extrapolation in tier 2 cities, means the 10 cities you saw before, and then we explore scenario how we can expand it to the all cities of the emissions, and hopefully after the end of the project, based on operational Copernicus funding, to export it to the all European functional areas that are included in Urban Atlas. So the ultimate goal is to provide the city's mission with spatial disaggregated environmental intelligence and a proof of concept that all urban planning and management activities enhancing greenhouse gas emissions can be supported by the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. Thank you very much. I'm here for your questions.
Thanks, thank you, Nectarios, and congratulations for all the work. Amazing, and also, I mean, all the activities related to urban resilience can only increase, and good to see Copernicus being used in this context. Finally, last but not least, colleague Francesca Somma, Program Officer in the Joint Research Center at the European Commission, will present the Earth Observation Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda that we have heard already a few times. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Is it working? Can you? Oh, yes, perfect. So thank you, Miguel, and good afternoon, everyone, in the room and also online. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the Earth Observation Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, and you can find some hard copies here on the document. Otherwise, you can also download online from the European Commission repository. Just Google the title, and that's it, very easy. The document has a dual horizon. On the immediate, the upcoming 25-27 priorities for Earth observation, and in particular for Copernicus, and on the long term pave the way also for the next multi-year financial framework and the next year, research agenda. So the idea is that in the conception of this work was to look across the entire value chain of Copernicus, so not look only at the services, but look also at the space component, the ground component, the in situ component, and also on the downstream market with the USPA. And taking into account also horizontal aspects like artificial intelligence, machine learning, computing and data infrastructure. So really going across the entire value chain, including the thematic hubs, the digital twins, which come under Connect, and then all kinds of synergies and partnership that would be of help to the program itself. And this document stems not only from the internal collaboration between DG DEFIS, JRC, and RTD, but also from a large-based consultation process with all the other DGs, which are user of Copernicus data, but also with the agency, the entrusted entities, including EEA, member states through the Copernicus delegates, and the downstream market through EUSPA. What is the rationale of this work is to justify and better coordinate future research and innovation investments on Earth observation, and also provide a long-term perspective, as I said before. So building on existing results through the entrusted entities, the strategic research agenda of CSS, and so on and so forth, so that the services benefit, the evolution of the services benefits, but we go beyond that. And you see here that, we have 3 tiers. You can read the slide, and also it will be available, but for the sake of time, we focus strictly on tier 3. What you see here is a schematic representation of the Horizon Europe, and I'm sure most of you are very familiar with this, so I won't dwell on it. Only I would like to underline the green transition, the Green Deal, as one of the key features of the work we undertook, and also focus on Pillar 2, where you see that there is a number of clusters where we could benefit, from which we could benefit for the evolution of the service and for the other features that I mentioned. So not only cluster 5, where the service evolution is strictly targeted, all services, including CLMS, but also across cluster 2, 3, 5, and 6. And again, for the sake of time, I won't mention the peculiarities of the clusters. Here, health is missing, but as you've seen for the many projects that were presented right in this panel before me, everything is interconnected. So the strength comes from not only CLMS, but combining CLMS with climate change, with the data from and products from the climate change service, from the land, from air, from the emergency service. So we should consider Copernicus as a whole, because considering single packages sort of hinders our progress in a way. And here I have the complete value chain of the Copernicus program. I'm sure a few of you have seen this slide many times. And then what you see here now is in overlay a few keywords for each of these dimensions. And for example, if you go to data, you want to have authoritative data, reliable. This is at the core of all the Copernicus services, of course. When we go strictly to this document, I just want to mention some general statistics. Land or land features, meaning rivers, wetlands, forests, and so on and so forth, are mentioned 77 times in the document. That gives you a bit the prominence of the land services within this document and within the current research agenda. As a service, CLMS aims at reaching a truly dynamic monitoring of a constantly changing terrestrial ecosystem. So it's crucial that the service provides timely, on-demand, and analysis-ready and advanced products. And here you see some of the, let's say, short-term priorities that are indicated in this document. But some of these priorities are also, let's say, long-term, because when you think about, high-resolution time, in terms of time and space, high-resolution data, or for example, reduced latency or near real-time, then you can see that this is an objective that we cannot pursue and achieve all in one go within the next 3 years, but obviously impacts also the long-term agenda. The same thing for the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning, because this is really going to be a game changer in the processing of enormous data sets, which draw not only across the land service, but also derive from the other services and integrate those data. So in relation to the long-term priorities, you see that these are also included here. When it comes to modeling, for example, this is something that we can tackle in the long term to have particular data. I would say that this is also relevant in relation to what's coming next in the program. I want to pull a slide that has very little to do with the research agenda and actually relates to policy. This is the European Green Deal legislation, including Copernicus in its policy over time. So if you see in 2019, we had only 2 pieces of legislation mentioning Copernicus, and as we move forward in time, more and more legislation includes Copernicus. This has a huge impact on what we do for a number of reasons. In relation to member states' policy implementation, Earth observation is a huge asset because it saves monitoring, it helps us saving on monitoring costs rather than deploying tons of equipment, zillions of little men. Earth observation can, if we have a good in situ component, can give us an enormous aid in monitoring everything, starting from a harmonized space. And the reporting in that case, measure once, use many, can be also streamlined across policies. On the side of the Commission, this is an enormous benefit as well. And I'm sorry, I'm a bit derailing, but you will see that CLMS has a big role to play there. On the side of the Commission, the advantage is that as we include Copernicus, because we have apt and reliable authoritative information from Copernicus, we include Copernicus in our policy. This endorses member states for their use. On the other side, the Commission receives reporting which is coordinated because it's using the same database, the same data basis, yes. So with this, I would like to thank you, and of course, I'm available for questions, although I must say that this is not my work. I work on other parts of the Knowledge Center for Earth Observation, which coordinated this publication, but my colleagues are also online and can come to help, and with this, I invite you to take a look at the publication. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. I think the Strategic Research Innovation Agenda is a very solid document. We have been collaborating from the EA as well in the preparation, and thanks as well for adding the last slide. I think it's also very telling. And finally, also thanks for the comment on the in situ component, which I manage. Okay, so we reached the end of this session, but the best is yet to come, which is the last session of the day, which is about the Belgian research projects. But first, I think we should all give a round of applause to the speakers. Okay, so we just jumped to the last session of the day. As I said, we are going to, sorry? I don't hear you well. No, but I think we will just move to the sessions. We will leave it in the social event because I'm afraid we are a bit delayed. Yeah, as I was saying, we will be focusing now on the activities carried out by the hosting country of this event, Belgium. And for this session, we will have a few presentations from researchers and professors from the University of Ghent, here in Belgium. I think it's a very good tradition for future General Assemblies to have a session focused on the country which is hosting us. And I think it's also important to highlight that not all research comes from EU budget, let's say. There is a very good, very interesting research carried out at national, regional level as well. And that is what we are going to honor in this session. So we will I will just go one by one, and then I will just let them go and present. We'll have first, let me just check. We'll have first Joost van den Abele, manager of EU Belgian programs at Belspo, who will give us a short introduction. And then we will pass to Hans Levens, who is a postdoctoral assistant at Ghent University, who will present a couple of projects focused on snow and soil moisture. Then we will have Diego Miralles, research professor also at Ghent University, which will present a couple of projects focused on evaporation and soil moisture. And then we will conclude with Alexandra Castagne-Mourão Lima, who is also research at the University of Ghent, and will present a couple of projects dealing with inland waters. So I think we will just proceed. So I will just give the floor to Joost. Yeah.
Where's the... Okay. It's the wrong presentation. So I hope that Miguel did not build up your expectations too much. No, still wrong.
That's the one. You know what it is? You don't see it? That's a BEO. And BEO is our mascot because it stands for Belgium Earth Observation. It happens that this year we have we are celebrating the 40-year anniversary of dedicated remote sensing research programs in Belgium, which got on an average between 2 and 3 million euro a year over 40 years. So that means that for a small country, we have quite a nice scientific community. Our current program is called Stereo. And Stereo is, of course, a Belgian research program, which is solely geared towards funding of research organizations. And Stereo has resulted in a vibrant community because we are a small country, but 48 research labs from 27 organizations have participated in this program thus far. But we also have an international outlook because the participation of international partners is possible, and for big projects it's even mandatory, as Uta, for instance, knows. We are now currently in the fourth phase of our Stereo program, which started in 2022, will run till 2029. You see our budget. What are our objectives? They are quite obvious. We want to have a top-notch, visible and dynamic remote sensing community. I want to, high quality is of course very obvious, but I want to go to the visible and to the dynamic. Visible means in our mind that the research should not only be seen by other researchers, but there should be connections with stakeholders, with policymakers, with industry, but also with ESA and European Commission. And that's we are very glad that we are invited here to help creating this link. Dynamic. I think it's also important not to have a stale community, and for us it's very important to encourage newcomers, and in that we are quite successful because in our last program of the promoters, 70% were first-time promoters, which is quite huge. And what also was very encouraging, 15% of the promoters had never used remote sensing before, which I think is something that is good, because it means that if you encourage it, new ideas and new people are constantly bubbling up, and perhaps this is something that is not always the case at European level. So the research teams of our program, nothing special there. You see we go from agriculture all the way to epidemiology. They are in line with European initiatives and with the Belgian priorities, of course. But you will also see that most of our projects, in fact, are a very good fit with the focus topics of this Copernicus service. The program priorities, when you look at methodology, I mean, nothing new, everyone uses it, artificial intelligence, deep learning, patati, and so. The sensor priorities, the main focus, of course, is Sentinel, but we are also, of course, thinking on the upcoming Copernicus and ESA missions, so with focus on thermal missions, hyperspectral, and LiDAR. So what we think that Stereo has achieved so far, I think what's important is that we managed to have a program with a low administrative burden for researchers, which means that the threshold for newcomers to enter is low. We also have a big diversity of calls to make sure that laboratories of different orientation and different size can get into the program. We very much believe in community building. So we have, of course, our Bio Days, our national conferences, which are very much appreciated. But we encourage very much networking. For instance, several of you know our steering committee. So each of our projects is managed by a steering committee composed of international experts, Nick, for instance. And our research, what we have, I think, is a strong impact, both in terms of papers, but also the international standing of our scientists. But our main aim is to be a catalyst for external projects, and we have seen examples here, like Rubenov, so that started in stereo, and that's now running all this big project. So this is something that we believe that a national program should do. If you want to know more, we have, of course, a website. We have a Twitter account. I cannot use the word anymore, but. And finally, my final message is that we hope that with this kind of initiatives, that research being done on a regional or local scale somehow will, when it addresses gaps in the portfolio of the Copernicus services, somehow will bubble up and reach its finality. Thank you very much.
All right, a mountain range covered by snow. I hope you can all enjoy this scenery as much as I do. But this snowpack also is a huge pool of frozen water that, if it melts, provides drinking water to more than 1 billion people worldwide. Also provides water for agricultural irrigation and also renewable energy through hydropower. So remote sensing can play an essential role in monitoring the snow cover and therefore also help to more efficiently manage these water resources. In the snow cluster of Copernicus, there's a couple of very valuable remote sensing products available today. These mainly focus on high-resolution snow cover extent or fractional snow cover. There's also a product on the dry or the wet state of the snowpack. Now also snow remote sensing has its holy grail, and this is a snow water equivalent. So this is the amount of water stored in a snowpack. And for that type of data, we rely on passive microwave, as you can see in the animation on the right. But we're missing the mountains. So we lack mountain SWE because the passive microwave is too coarse to capture the typical high variability of snow in mountains, and also because it often yields poor results in deep snow. So thanks to BELSPO and the program Joost just introduced, with 2 projects, Sea Snow and Snow Train, we're investigating whether we can use ESA and Copernicus Sentinel-1 data to help filling this gap of mountain SWE. So for those of you that are less familiar with radar or Sentinel-1, so this sends pulses of microwave energy to the Earth. Those reflect and are measured back by the satellite, and this is called radar backscatter. So in the remainder of this talk, I will address sensitivity of this backscatter to snow, dig in a little bit into the physical mechanisms, and I'll end with some observations of snow depth and SWE. Right, this picture shows you model simulations of snow depth that are operationally used in Austria and Switzerland. So red indicates regions with very deep snow. If you look at the corresponding signal in Sentinel-1, we see actually a very similar pattern, red indicating higher backscatter. So there's a clear sensitivity actually of Sentinel-1 backscatter to accumulation of snow. You also see this in this time series for 2 winter seasons. I'm showing snow depth in blue the Sentinel-1 data, or the dots, and apart from the wet season, where it's absorbed by wet snow, if you focus on the accumulation part of the snow season, you can actually see a very strong correspondence between Sentinel-1 observations and accumulation of snow. So let's look a bit more into the physics of this. So for that, we actually built our own set of radar sensors in the lab with a very similar configuration as the Sentinel-1 satellite. So I'll show pictures here. So on the left, we're constructing the radar sensor. Then we've deployed this on tower infrastructure in the Rocky Mountains in Idaho. And also recently, last year, we took this on a sled in a snowfield expedition, NASA SnowX in Alaska. And the main advantage of using this custom-built sensors is that unlike a satellite, which just measures just one single value, with this we can actually measure over the time domain, so we can identify the sources from where exactly are these reflections coming from. That's shown on this slide here. So below you can see a full winter season, snow depth and snow water equivalent. And on the top graph shows you in color the strength of the scattering from a sensor very similar to Sentinel-1 as the signal travels further away from our tower sensor. So you can see blue is scattering strong. There's a soil surface at about 4-meter distance from the tower radar, which is scattering strongly. But then also further in the season, you can see the buildup of the snowpack. So here we can clearly demonstrate that the snowpack itself is also scattering and reflecting and providing signal at seabed. So this really demonstrates the physical interaction between snow and backscatter. It also allows us to investigate, for instance, changes in snow conditions and properties and how these affect then the radar remote sensing observations. Now, with these new insights, with these physical insights, we can then start building or designing retrieval algorithms that allow to convert measurements from the satellite into estimates of snow depth. So that's what we've developed, a retrieval algorithm published in several papers. So this algorithm is being developed by a startup company that we founded together with Kari Lois from FMI about 2 years ago, SnowCap. The algorithm is hosted by FMI, or the production is hosted at the ground segment in Sodankila, northern Finland. And so what this algorithm delivers is snow depth and snow water equivalent in near real time, daily, so every day, and at 500-meter resolution. So Sentinel-1 provides the snow depth every couple of days, and then we combine this with a modeling approach to not only provide snow depth, but also the snow water equivalent. And at the daily time scale. And so this data is now becoming more and more used by several operational users mainly from the hydropower sector. Some illustrations of the data. So here you see snow depth retrievals based on Sentinel-1 over entire Scandinavia. So this is at 500-meter resolution. I'm showing just one winter season, 2018-19. You can see that especially in the mountain regions in Norway, there's quite deep snow that we can observe with Sentinel-1. On the right, you see that we validate these data with a lot of in situ measurements, and this here shows the performance of our retrievals. So overall, I think we get a really good correspondence between what is in situ measured, the snow depth from in situ measurements on the x-axis, versus what we can observe with the satellite. Same for the Alps. So here I'm showing snow water equivalent. This is for the present winter season. So this is based from our near real-time system. So this is 500-meter resolution snow water equivalent across the Alps. So yeah, and actually, as you can see, still this runs until May this year, just last week, actually, when I was working on this presentation. You can see that there's still quite some snow up in the Alps today. Also here we have performed validation using more than 1,000 sites, in situ measurements from more than 1,000 sites. And we actually got similar results as for Scandinavia. So for both snow depth shown on the left and snow water equivalent on the right, we get a quite good correspondence between in situ measurements and satellite-based estimates with correlations close to 0.9. So I think these are quite good results. To conclude, I've presented a new observation from Sentinel-1, snow depth and SWE in mountain regions, and I think this very well complements what is currently already available in the Copernicus snow cluster, which is more focused on snow, snow extent, snow cover, and also the wet and dry state, or SWE outside the mountains. So I think this really fills in a potential gap. We've implemented a real-time monitoring system that now runs for the Alps, and we're setting this up also for Scandinavia, but this can also be easily extended to different mountain ranges. And I'm convinced that this now provides quite accurate snow information that I hope can benefit science and also industrial applications. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So I'm moving to evaporation. Actually, Hans and I come from the same lab. So evaporation, or what actually you guys may have heard of as evapotranspiration today, which I don't actually use that word, but this is actually work that is also funded by Belspo Stereo and ERC and ESA, actually. A lot of people have been contributing to this work, so I didn't mention any of them in there, but all my team and a lot of international collaborators. So the evaporation that I'm going to talk about, by the way, is not the one that will eventually become part of Copernicus, but we do use Copernicus data. Just to clarify now, I'll get back to that in a few slides. So we care about evaporation because it's a critical climate variable. It's the first variable that reacts to climate change in the water cycle and then propagates of the influence to all the different stores and fluxes in the water cycle. We also care about it because it's crucial for water management. If we want to know how much water we have available for society and ecosystems, we need to know how much is being lost into the atmosphere, right? And it's also crucial for agriculture. As we heard today, at the end of the day, plant water use and crop water use is actually transpiration, so water that is going pumped into the atmosphere. So we need to know this, but the uncertainty is the largest in the whole global water cycle, actually, as you can see in there from a paper we published a couple of years ago. So why is this? Well, first, because it's very difficult to measure in the field. Second, because it's extremely difficult to model, because you have turbulence, you have physiology of plants and so on. And third, because it's invisible. Invisible to our eyes, but also invisible to our satellite sensors. So what we usually do is we combine a bunch of different variables that are observable, important for evaporation drivers, and then we come up with a sort of like level 4, level 5 product of evaporation. So the first global evaporation product only based on satellite data came from actually my PhD. This is already a long time ago, in 2010. The paper got published in 2011. It's called GLIM. Then we did a bit of lobbying with GCOS to convince them that evaporation should be an essential climate variable. We made it actually eventually about 6 years ago. So I'm currently actually responsible for the evaporation ECV in GCOS and also member of a LAM panel. Now the current version of GLIM looks like this. It's a hybrid model. It has part of it that is machine learning, part of it that is process-based equations, and it has a bunch of different input data from satellite. You can see it all on the left. All these variables, or most of them, can actually come from the Copernicus archive. So we could actually have a fully GLIM evaporation based on Copernicus data. I'll get back to that in a second. So currently, we're actually publishing this fourth version of GLIM, GLIM 4. This is actually coming in a few days. This is just obviously publicly available. It's global, 40 years of data, 0.1 degree resolution, so not very high resolution for what most of the applications that you're interested in require. And this that you're seeing here on top is just the total evaporation, and below are the different components, including transpiration and so on. So this is what the data set will be about once it becomes available. The QR code is not like taking you to the data, but to the website where the data is still not available, so probably you don't need to scan it. This is a figure I just made yesterday to show that a lot of people are using the data set, more than 2,000 publications since we got it actually available. Mostly papers coming from China, United States, and Europe. I highlighted a few papers there in high impact journals from my team. because when we need evaporation, actually, we also use our own evaporation. I'm not sure what it would say about the data set quality if we didn't do it. And then in the little pie diagram in there, you can see that most of the applications have been on environmental sciences, hydrology, climate sciences, and so on. Very little in agriculture. And the reason for that is what you're seeing here, actually, that we started with very poor spatial resolution, about 25 kilometers, which is certainly insufficient for any sort of like water management or agricultural application. Luckily, in the last few years, we've been moving into higher and higher resolutions. We have a prototype, 100-meter resolution for the Netherlands. This was actually thanks to collaboration with Planet, actually what used to be Vandersat, so the microwave data of Planet, not the CubeSat data. And also using in situ meteorological data from the Netherlands. So now we can actually access other applications like water management and agriculture and food production. And we actually got the attention from the government of the Netherlands. And we started an operational service. This is already back to 2019, sorry, which includes not only real-time evaporation data, but also forecasts for the next 3 days based on meteorological forecast from the Netherlands. This is a 100-meter resolution, and it's actually delivered to all the water boards in the Netherlands every day, so they can use it actually for water management. Now, we didn't want to stay only in the Netherlands, obviously, so we moved, thanks to the stereo funding, into this project called ET-Sense, and we started producing data at 1 kilometer for the entire Europe, thanks to the fleet of Sentinel satellites. So we use Sentinel-1 soil moisture and SWE, the data that Hans just presented. Sentinel-3 data also of temperature, and we also used the temperature from Sentinel-3 to get radiation at higher resolution that we need as forcing. Sentinel-5P tropomy data actually of SIF to constrain transpiration, which is actually very important. And then we started also using Sentinel-2, but at the end we were producing data on 1 kilometer for Europe, so we didn't need the high resolution. We ended up using ProbaB data, actually. So that got the attention of ESA. We started working in the activities of digital twin earth hydrology, digital twin earth hydrology evolution, 4D met hydrology, different projects from ESA. We produced evaporation data at 1 kilometer for the entire Mediterranean basin. You have it there in a data cube, actually, from the ESDL. So the colleagues in Leipzig, that they provide these data cubes for visualization in many projects in ESA. So you can go in there if you want and just scrutinize the data. Now, that was for Europe, but then also, again, thanks to funding from BELSPO, from the Stereo program, in this case, Stereo 4, we decided to upscale this to the entire Meteosat disk at 1 kilometer resolution using ELSAF and Copernicus data, and that's actually what was keeping us busy right now, or at least a big chunk of the work in my team at the moment. So yeah, again, I hope that this becomes available very soon. We're using Sentinel-1 for irrigation to include irrigation effects on evaporation, and well, a bunch of other Sentinel data. Now, just to conclude, I wanted to actually bring a slide to show a comparison of what the evapotranspiration data of Copernicus is, and I got the email when I got the invitation saying that evaporation was there in the agenda, but I didn't know if the product was already available. Then today I learned that it's still not available, so I actually went to the data catalog, I put it in there, but it's still not there, obviously. So then I did what I usually do these days when I don't know the answer to something, which is asking ChatGPT for. And I said, do you know what ET model is behind the evaporation in CLMS? And this is what ChatGPT told me, which is the only answer that I'm sure is wrong, which is our data. So our data is not the one in Copernicus, so be careful with artificial intelligence, just in general. So I replied this, and this was the answer, actually. What is CENIT is a different evaporation data set that has been developed using Sentinel data that I'm very well aware that exists, and it's actually a very good data set, much higher resolution, 20-meter resolution, only regional. So then I asked, maybe this is CENIT. I actually thought it was CENIT. So then ChatGPT told me, yes, it is CENIT. It's not CENIT. Today we learned actually it's Wayport data that is in there, so be careful with ChatGPT. So independently of whether it's CENIT or Wayport, which is actually the data set that we heard today is going to be part of the Copernicus catalog, which is actually the one that is used in FAO. I think in general, the advantages of our data compared to Wayport is still hold, and the disadvantages as well. Wayport has a higher spatial resolution, typically. It also uses more land information of vegetation and so on, crop coefficients. So it's more perhaps targeting agricultural applications, while our data set is more climatological, hydrological. We're targeting more activities in the direction of CCI, for instance, of ESA. We have continuous record. Long-term, it doesn't have gaps because it has a high reliance on microwave data. That also explains the coarser resolution that we have. And, well, I put as an advantage the fact that we have 15 years of experience with this. But with that, I end, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandre Castanha. I'm a postdoc at Ghent University, and I will provide an overview of the project HATCORE, Remote Sensing Adjacency Correction, adjacency being the blurring or the contrast reduction of the atmosphere when we're concerning surface observations. The main goal of the project is to develop physics-based and sensor-agnostic processor to retrieve reflectance over small inland water bodies, to support water quality monitoring for Earth observation. And it was considered by Waterforce, which Carmen presented before, one of the key developments necessary for EU application to inland water quality. So it's a small project, about 2 years. Project still ongoing, and is developed in partnership with Quentin van Helmont from the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Sciences, and it's funded by Bell's Postereo. Now, I will focus in this presentation more on the problem than in our solution, because if there's any takeaway home message here, is about how important and how hard it is to solve for this problem. Okay, so ideally in a remote observation, we would like that the patterns of the surface are exactly represented at the sensor, which would be the case if all transmittance through the atmosphere would be direct. But since part of the transmittance is diffuse, there is a blurring effect on those patterns. And we can see those are the transitions between the dark and the bright surface. Over the dark surfaces, the signals are brighter than we would expect them to be, and over the bright surfaces, they are darker than we expect them to be. Now, this effect is not just because of the atmosphere. If we had no surface contrast, then there would be no blurring to happen in the image. So on the first two situations where we have negligible upward diffuse transmittance or negligible surface contrast, we can safely ignore the spatial pattern of the upward diffusely transmitted signal. But when both of those components, which is the third case, are significant, we need to explicitly represent this spatial pattern to have accurate retrievals. So to better understand this problem, we're going to describe the signal that's arriving at the top of the atmosphere. And that signal is composed mainly for two main components. One is the atmosphere itself, the intrinsic signal, which causes no blurring because it carries no signal from the surface. And then we have the surface signal transmitted to the top of the atmosphere. The reflected signal leaving the surface is backscattered by the atmosphere, back down, towards the surface, which means that a surface position is receiving an enhanced illumination originated from the reflected light from its surroundings. And that's the first blurring effect of the atmosphere. And we can quantify that by the blurring kernel for the spherical albedo, which is the name of this process. Now, it's a picket function, but has very long tails, meaning that it causes a very high degree of blurring on the signal. But luckily, the spherical albedo, the magnitude of this effect, which is A in this equation, is relatively small. And the contribution of this effect is for a scaling factor that's close to 1. So very little of this blurring propagates the signal leaving the surface towards the sensor. So it's this signal with a small amount of blurring from the spherical albedo process that leaves the surface and is transmitted to the top of the atmosphere. Part of the signal is directly transmitted, so there is no further blurring occurring. But another part of this signal is diffusely transmitted to the top of the atmosphere, which means that the sensor that's looking at a given position is also receiving signal coming from the surrounding areas of that surface. And that environmental reflectance is the convolution of that signal leaving the first surface with the blurring kernel for the upward diffuse transmittance. It is a much more highly peaked function than for the spherical albedo, so it causes a lower degree of blurring. But because the magnitude of the upward diffuse transmittance is much higher than the spherical albedo, and because the contribution of this component is additive to the signal reaching the top of the atmosphere, this is the main component causing blurry at the top of the atmosphere. Now, the majority of the atmospheric correction codes apply the low contrast surface approximation indiscriminately, regardless of the surface type the scene is about. And so this means that they compensate for the magnitude of the upward diffuse transmittance, but not for this spatial pattern, meaning that when you don't account for it, this spatial pattern of blurring is retained on the retrieved surface product. So let's see here an example for the Blancart Reservoir, which is the image that we have been seeing so far. This was acquired by Sentinel-2 over the small lake in Belgium. It's a water reservoir, a small water treatment plant about 400 meters in radius. The teal line is the signal that you see at the top of the atmosphere. I guess I can show it here. While the orange line is the real signal at the surface on this lake, which we verified with in situ measurements. And the purple line is the signal on top of the water, on top of the lake, on this position, that's coming from the surroundings, and is essentially the reflectance pattern of the surrounding vegetation. Now, if you were to try to retrieve the surface reflectance without accounting for the spatial blurring effect of the atmosphere, you would retrieve instead the red line. And you can see that there is an error through all the spectrum, and this error is largest at the near infrared, because although the diffuse transmittance of the atmosphere is lower at these wavelengths, this is the highest contrast between water reflectance and land reflectance. Of course, this pattern, this adjacency pattern, this blurring effect, it varies, especially depends on the size and structure and shape of your surface features and surrounding features. But because this process occurs in a scale of several kilometers, a small lake like the Blancart, which has a surface area of 1 square meter, is completely over intense adjacency effect, which you can see here as the overestimation of the signal, if we don't compensate for it. Now, the relevance globally is that studies have shown, mapping the inland water systems, that the majority, 99% of all the river reaches have a width of less than 1 kilometer. And 99% by number of all lakes have a surface area of less than square meter. So this is prevalent. If you want to observe and use AO for inland water quality, you have to solve for this problem. So our approach was to develop a physics-based atmospheric correction code, which means a lot of things that we can discuss later. We'll not have time. But in part, we use realistic kernels for those blurring functions, using Hadjietti transfer simulations for different aerosols and wavelengths. And we implement our code in the Acolyte atmospheric correction code, which runs in Python with 2 essential models. The first one estimates the aerosol properties of the atmosphere from the image itself with adjacency in that image, and is, in essence, a generalization of a dark spectrum fitted method, which looks at the darkest pixel and tries to understand what signal, if that's the darkest pixel, you can assume that the surface reflectance is 0, how much signal is coming from the atmosphere. And we can generalize this in this equation that over the darkest pixels it holds, and all the atmospheric parameters actually depends on one unknown, is the aerosol optical thickness at a given aerosol model. So it's very easy to solve. And then there is the model for atmospheric correction proper, which is done in frequency domain. On all this, make the processing very fast. We can process a Sentinel image of 15 by 15 kilometers in about 30 seconds. And is generic for the bands that are present. Right now, we have implemented in the project for Sentinel-2, the Landsat Series and PlanetScope, either Dove or SuperDove. The state that we are now in the project is to validate globally this processor. So we are working with 17 different research groups that we call the early adopters. We have an early adopters program, they contribute data. And we have about, just for Sentinel-2, more than 1,000 matchups over about 100 unique systems around the globe. And they are the only ones with access to the code right now, but the final product will be free and open source. So this is my last slide. I just wanted to leave you with this perspective. This is a comparison between for another image of the surface reflectance measured at the lake, which is the gray line, our retrievals with Sentinel using the hardcore, which is the red line, retrievals with another code that does not consider the spatial pattern for adjacency correction, which is the orange line, and finally, another processor that is a neural network based that tries to compensate for adjacency, but ends up creating even more bias. Thank you.
Yeah, I think with this we conclude this very nice overview of activities. Part of the stereo program of BELSPO. I think it's amazing the variety of activities. And unfortunately, we don't have much time left because we have the next the social event starting. Well, we are a bit delayed, but just 5 minutes. But I think we should just give a big round of applause to all the speakers of the session. Yeah. And now just hand over to you, Tim.
Is this one working? No? Yes? I'll switch this one. Thanks for you as well, José Miguel, for moderating those 2 sessions. And with this, we came to an end of this first day of the General Assembly. We had very interesting exchanges on going from policy expectations over the current state of play of this service, about the future, about all the research activities going on, supporting this future. I think it was a very interesting afternoon, at least for me it was. I guess and I hope that everybody has learned a few new things at least. If not, go and talk to all the other people in the room. Later this evening, there will be plenty of discussions, I'm sure. Now I would like to invite all people present to our networking dinner for the rest of the evening, which will be held in the Aurora and the Diamond rooms, just a few steps away from this room. And for everybody following online, there and there, I wish you a very pleasant evening as well. And we see you back again tomorrow for the second day of the General Assembly at 9 o'clock. Have a nice evening and thanks a lot.